we had the back from the darts percent run that we did yesterday. So, you know, let's take 2.
You're coming with us.
That it?
You're coming with us.
Real joy to work with, though.
Boy.
Was never in doubt.
Now, don't ask me why I do that. If you can explain to me why I'm doing that, I'd appreciate it, because I don't know. Yes, I've seen that. I have seen you whiff the last one that you can roll straight away, right? So you whiff, you do 2 hits, then you roll straight after to get some momentum going. I have seen that, I just haven't actually practiced it. To be fair, I had no chance to do that because I completely forgot which button my thing was configured to for.
Think you can stop me? How?
Okay.
Let's finish this. Nothing to it.
Yeah. I think, so yeah, I'm supposed to do that from further away, then run into it, yeah. Okay. Some more work on. Definitely some more work on.
Come on, Cloud.
But GG's there, good sir.
In 3, 2. Damn, I'm good. He's alone. Make it rest.
I got this place covered.
Oh no, wrong import. Never mind. Never mind. Come on.
Look what we have
All
here.
done.
Still trying to remember inputs because I've got error on my Y where I used to have triple slash on there.
If you're careless. You okay?
Can we?
He's an asshole. Pay more attention.
Oh come on,
Not too
asshat.
You're doing good, soldier.
Yeah. Shut up.
And it's more of the same. Come on then. Pretty easy, right? Nice job, Cloud. Look.
What are you, 20-something?
I mean, that was bad lasers. You're not wrong there.
Let's get down there.
Well, I would, but you pushed past me. How rude.
God damn. I can practically taste tobacco in here. Hurry it up. Oh, it's pounding like a jacket.
Ah, okay. Fair.
More like excited. I've been dreaming about it.
No.
Let us go.
No. The pump would suck us back up.
How come? Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this.
All right, we're doing it. Chill, we're doing it.
That's it.
Bring in the heat.
That was poor.
Hope you don't mind if I fill you full of holes.
Burn.
Okay, wasn't great, but we'll go with it.
Go, go, go!
I don't think it was great. Max level hard mode, not quite. This is just new game plus easy run. In preparations to do the new game version of it, and then we'll look at hard modes down the line a bit. How we doing? Welcome in, welcome in.
Scatter. Was never in doubt.
You running this yourself, Goki, or I'm gonna call you Goki or Doki, one of the two. I dub you Goki. Well, welcome in, welcome in. My name is Gordo. I'm a speedrunner, challenge runner, variety streamer, you name it, I do. And generally with a smile on my face and coffee at my side. I have no coffee, but I do have an iron brew, so I guess that's fine.
Should lead us straight to Barret. Probably. I think I see an exit. Come on. Don't look back. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We're running.
Shut up and climb.
Yeah, shut up and climb.
Sorry, just
I play half time remake and rebirth, but both can 100% doing some testing and helping out people in these games. Oh, nice, nice. So basically, you're an avid player and you know your shit. Was that basically the general gist?
Here! Take them down!
See ya!
That was poor. Should have just used triple slash. I guess so. Well, I can 100% guarantee you know more than I do. I'm still a rookie here.
This is all we need.
Let's go. No shit.
Ain't no thing.
Nothing to it.
Whoa! Ain't you a fight?
We're up seeing its first action. Calling wind. No time to celebrate.
Sure there is.
we don't have a lot of time here. Pick up the pace, people.
I'm like so far behind there in that first chapter.
Wires, they're everywhere.
Ugh. The air in here reeks. Can't wait to get out in the open.
But yes, we've recently been dabbling in Final Fantasy VII Remake since it came to Xbox, because my PC was never quite adept enough to run it. So with the recent release on Xbox, and then obviously Rebirth coming out in June, which would be nice, you're gonna see, you're getting to see a lot more of this. Personally, I started with Final Fantasy VII, the OG, when I first started playing Final Fantasy games. So this is just a nice way to enjoy it all over again.
The primary explosive? The blasting agent?
Hey, we can figure that out later.
I'm running on empty here.
You can refuel at the base.
Next time I'll have to bring a little pick-me-up. That's about as good a place as any.
Stand back then. I'll set the bomb.
Can't wait to see you, Marlene.
Can't wait to take a hot shower.
She's good to go. Attention.
We'll split up.
Let's see if we have any memes this one.
Regroup in the freight car. Got it.
Later then.
Hey,
Now folks, question, the general building, it's definitely quicker to take the lift right than the stairs.
Base.
I didn't realise until the other day when somebody was actually walking the stairs, I was like, oh, they do have stairs in this one.
See you on the train.
Why'd this happen? Just let it be, oh please. I can't take it anymore.
Can you hear me? Where's that stretcher?
Station's intact. It couldn't be. But then,
Sephiroth. It is. It is. It almost feels a little bit needless.
the hell? Wait.
So Goku, what kind of things do you help people out with, out of curiosity? I mean, do you mean in terms of speedrunning or just general knowledge for people who play the game? Just call me intrigued. I'm just...
There's no way we're
Man, what a mess.
Nice, nice. I respect it.
Do what you like. I'm taking the kids to safety.
Side quest I hate at chapter 14. Because I needed to do the Angel of Slums one to get an additional elemental materia for this setup. But for some reason it wouldn't proc the person to speak to, you know, the reporter again. So I'm like, okay, so be it.
Just give it up. Don't run.
It's over.
Wait for these all to finish. annoying waiting for those frames to finish. Yeah, that one's so long-winded, that's why. Honestly, there is so much back and forth in those quests. Okay, everyone wants to be a stay. Okay, I see how it is.
But the rooftops look clear.
Come on, get a ladder.
Over there!
Yeah, there is so much back and forth in chapter 14. I do like, somebody mentioned about it, that some of the side quests are a bit, yeah, they're okay, but I just feel like they just threw them in there for the sake of it. I was like, oh, I gotta give you something to do, right? And I was like, yeah, maybe, but I don't know, somewhere a little bit extra.
Don't underestimate him.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I did that last time as well. Oh, is it focus thrust? You know what? Maybe I need to have focus thrust. And is that the one I can point and dash forward? I forget what move it is.
Enemy combatants, you have been warned. Surrender yourself to public security immediately. You have nowhere to run.
You like this? Move it!
A lot of people here.
And in the freight car, too.
Stay on his toes.
At Mako Reactor 1, an emergency schedule is now in effect. Your understanding and cooperation is appreciated.
No guards here, right?
Stop that right now! Fine. I'm trying to work here.
You see, my daughter now lives in Sector 8, so...
Little help, Cloud? Please?
Yep, maybe next time.
Yeah.
Trying to think, dude. Would you save and load here? Would it do anything? I don't know.
Let's get this out.
I'm just been trying to speedrun these games at some point, but I haven't seen anyone doing it yet.
Not long now, honey. That is
Okay, so I'm your first person you've seen speedrun this game. Is that? Okay, I'm gonna apologize first of all. Like I said, I've had the game since 22nd of January, so I'm not exactly like the well versed as there is some of the speedrunners, and there are some damn good ones out there.
Enough. I can barely tell my skin from all the ash and sweat.
This is set up for New Game Plus,
And you, Jesse?
so obviously we've got all the setup we would like.
You're such a kid.
Yes. Exactly. I'm the newbie.
It sounds like an accident to me.
Are they gonna turn their reactor?
What are you, though?
Daddy, the Mako place blew up. Everyone on TV's talking about it.
I mean, Goku, if you're interested in trying it, try it.
Daddy's here and he's not going anywhere.
Anybody can speedrun.
Turn that thing off and let's get you.
Especially helps if you've got good knowledge in the game as well.
Do you mind keeping...
Me?
Yeah, you.
Daddy, did the people who died all return to the planet?
Is that worth it on console?
Before... There's an empty part.
Okay.
Sure does.
Follow me then. How was
I'll keep that in mind next time.
That was chaotic.
Mako Reactor
Sorry for dragging you into all this. It was wrong of me to put you in danger like that. I promise I won't do it again.
Danger's part of the job. Don't worry about me.
I'll try not to.
Always happy to help stick it to Shinra.
Not good at all.
I don't know what it is.
Nice with everyone?
Much as I could, all things considered. Maybe not enough for them.
Good. You had me worried. You're not exactly a people person.
What makes you say that? How dare you? Cloud is such a people person.
I saw Sector 8 on the news.
I played on release PS4, and when Rebirth came out again, I recently finished Rebirth 100%. It's more like learning more about it and getting better outside of just finishing the game.
It wasn't that bad?
I mean, okay, I say do it.
Oh, right. And here we are. Good old
I'm looking forward to Rebirth in June.
on the second floor. Room 201 here is where I sleep. Don't have time for much else, what with 7th Heaven and all. Not even time to decorate. Here's your room. Don't worry. I already...
You did?
Yes? Oh, I mean...
No. And this?
That one's, know what? It's getting late.
Do 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 do.
Hey!
Well now, you must... I'm Marl, you're landed. You from up on high?
I'll be alright.
I'll bet. If you ever need it,
What you do?
If you are looking to check out any other runs as well, Goki, you know, if you do want to try it yourself, Excel in the chat there, he has run it previously and also has some commentaries for the speedrun itself. So if you want to take a bit more of an expert's opinion, you should definitely go and check him out on his YouTube and Twitch. I will gladly call myself the novice in this point, but I'm okay with that.
Go ahead and keep
Excel86J.
as you didn't bring any luggage.
Just click on his name in chat.
There's stuff you need to buy.
Thanks.
And don't worry, we'll pay you the difference after. Barrett's out making his rounds too.
As long as I get it all together.
Yeah, he goes for the New Game Plus run, but a general knowledge in that he's got all that parts down, so he knows exactly what he's talking about. You know it. Welcome in, Thor. Welcome in. I mean, hang on. Didn't you say? Wasn't that your words, Thor? That's Thief's not all that, basically. Pretty sure that was the way you went with it. I mean, there's a clip of you basically outing yourself as a fake fan. No?
Nothing to report. Maintaining surveillance.
Hey Marl. Tifa. Oh, what's he doing?
Working?
Be nice.
You better take care.
I'm quick taking care of
That
myself.
I do. No charm, no.
I've got skills.
You check in the clips.
A good mom has a good...
Section 80 percenters. There's a clip just there for it. Also, Goki, if you are a big fan of Final Fantasy stuff, you should definitely go and check out Thor. Thor he streams and that, but he does instrument. He plays the piano. He also plays violin, electric violin, where he plays a lot of Final Fantasy music. So if you like that vibe, Project's here. How you doing, mate? How you doing?
Hey, if it isn't Tifa.
You here for the filter?
Hey!
We're so sorry about that.
Cedar, dude.
Oh, wait.
The hell? You
My associate.
You both got in?
Pretty please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the follow, Goki. Much appreciated. Welcome to Gordo's Games. I will say, if you are a avid gamer and you do just talking about games in general, you should definitely look to join the Any Percenters. Any Percenters is a guild of gamers set up by myself, XL, Projects, and Midnight Sancho. Basically, it's a place for anyone who enjoys games. You can be a speedrunner, you can be a challenge runner, you can be a casual gamer, you can like TCGs, you can like board games. It doesn't matter. Feel free to hop on in to talk about games. And we also organise collaborations, races, things like that, and a monthly challenge. So feel free, use the link, jump on in, and Yeah, basically. I want to say, oh, no, you said it, you said it, you said it.
My monsters would feel right at home.
You can definitely be a troll like projects.
They show up. And there's our first challenger. Show me what you got, Cloud. Okay, let's go. Oh, so watch yourself.
How?
Let me handle this. I'll bet. Let's keep at it. It's over. Bye.
That was poor on my side.
Charging in like don't think you'll walk away from this. Well, I've been here 5 years.
Oh, come on.
Okay. By the way.
Really? That is just annoying. Okay. We're getting trolled there for a little bit. That's on me.
Of course not. You will win.
True.
Trust me, you'll do wonders for your back. Right. Let's go check in.
Bro, about them getting it. I mean, exactly. And I need him to be finishing up things, but not, you know, finishing himself up. Jeez. Come on, work with me here. Yeah, we're probably going to lose any time we got there just because of that nonsense.
I hear you sell.
Easy or gorgeous means that can happen with this roof. Yeah, I mean, I think it just makes the most sense. I think it's the best way to do it, personally, just because the power slide's too good.
Come on.
Who?
The guy who tracked.
It's just a shame you can't use the power slide as like a normal just movement. I mean, I know it would you know, like Stranger Paradise vibes. I mean, I'd be down for that.
Actually, I want.
I'll take on anything. Perfect.
Go talk to him.
You were the first to develop I plan to build more. I'll keep preparing more battle intel reports.
Thank you for the good luck, Strife. Yeah, no, mine is definitely practice. I never get to like the. So when you finish, the ones I've seen, they get to the other side of that cabin and then obviously teleport out that way, basically. Or, you know, get Cloud to teleport to them. I can never get far enough and it always draws me back in. So I don't know if there's like a threshold that I have to be across before it says, yeah, okay, you got to cross.
Something's wrong.
Stay away from.
He needs to get his.
Bum, 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 bum. How you doing, Strife? Also, Goki, if you want to watch The Real Runner, Strife here currently holds the record for New Game Plus Easy as well, so you should definitely go check them out. You should probably look it up either way, hard on the game. Yeah, there's a lot of things. At the moment, I'm still just kind of rinse and repeat at the moment, just to kind of get things embedded. Like, I've done the run where I didn't have any of the hotkeys and that set up correctly, like for any of the other characters, so I'm trying to, you know, make use of those. I wasn't making use of the magnify stuff on spells, so that was naturally slower, so I'm seeing minor tweaks as I go. Build a foundation. I'm in no rush to move off the game, because I'm enjoying playing it, so... Ironically, we as you know, against the speedrun as well, we have time. Who knows? Maybe even try hard at some stage. Can you register him as a person? You know.
We need to go before they wake up.
I would go, but I'm walking. Let me just get the jog on. Build up some momentum.
I'm more worried about us.
Right.
What?
It's just.
How?
I suppose it's.
It's a Mako.
So, what do you want to know? Head back to the bar, or?
Yep. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I've still got to deal with the goons yet.
Come on.
Stupid ass goons.
He said he was leaving town.
Do do do.
And here we are.
Same as you, I guess.
Use a little something. Have a refreshing.
Tifa.
Yeah, I'm feeling. Hey. See? In that case, wanna head back?
Maybe just feel a bit.
Avalanche.
That hit the spot.
Damn, Biggs.
What's up with them?
Big guy with a gun for an arm? Word is he lives in this town. Got something to say? You looking at me?
I love being so close to this guy.
Move! I said move! That's that mercenary. Call the watch.
Look at all these assholes staring at us.
This shithole's got nothing on Walmart. Alright? Word of advice, Blondie. Don't piss off my friend here. You'll be real sorry.
Unless you got some kind of death wish, then be my guest.
After you, brother. Don't worry. I ain't the backstabbing type. Most days.
Big man. Then, not my problem. Lesson 1 for life on the ground floor. Get some rest.
Not bad.
So let's get a move on.
Sounds creepy. All the items you can want.
Can't help but take a look.
Apparently it was done by a... So they blew up a reactor so they could save
Doubt we'll be back before morning, in case you were planning on... You all set? Awesome. Meet me at the station after dark. Don't be late.
That was a quick ass mini game.
The residential area is just beyond this gate. Mind doing the honors? You've got an arm on you.
I only open a door. Okay, never mind.
Figures. Still leaves the lights on every night. For the girl who only comes home once every other blue moon. Mom's an old-fashioned type like that.
Think she'll make us pizza? Her Midgar special?
She's quite the cook. Quick to whip up finger-licking food, even if you drop by.
Pizza.
And she loves guests who ask for seconds or thirds.
So she loves Wedge, basically. Is what you're saying.
Okay, let's head in. Cloud, you know what to do. Why don't you wait around the corner over there?
Okay.
It's a shame you won't get to
I just got a pizza.
Midgar special. You would have really liked it.
Oh, my bad.
With your help, we won't.
Perfect timing. Midgar special pizza. I mean, if it's Midgar special, what's so special about it? It come with extra fumes, you know? You know, bit of maco on there. What is so special about the Midgar special? Let me know. Has it got secret sauce?
Sorry about dropping in like this.
The legendary Midgar special. Fantastic as always, Mrs. R.
My dad. He was a maintenance supervisor at the reactor.
Just for you.
Thanks.
Now this is what I've been waiting for.
I'll take another one, please.
What is it? Chapter 4. Where's chapter 4 end? It's not after Roche, is it?
Mission accomplished.
Jesse's dad was in there, right?
Yeah.
Mako poisoning. Happened while Jesse was doing a show with the Gold Saucer. What do you care?
No. I want to hear it.
Jessie always wanted to be an actress. Worked her ass off for years.
Jesse's got a theory about it. Think.
Let's go. Oh, come on.
Mako's is not something you...
My bad.
Oh,
well,
Serious,
not my problem.
this guy.
Hey, it's the lot Jesse was talking about. We rendezvous here when we've got what we came for.
Gotta stay hidden. Wait for this. Just need...
Hey man, the plaza's that way. Warehouses are further in. Jesse's supposed to be circling around from the back, right?
No need for us to...
I can't do this solo. What?
You're trying to...
This together.
Don't expect me to stay.
If you need a jet, you're here.
You can use that vending machine over there. Stock up.
Guess there's a training center, too. Could go a few rounds before the main event.
Man, I get really hungry when I'm nervous. When you leave something
Remind me,
alone,
you're no better
vending
eating.
machines can be real lifesavers.
Okay, let's go over the plan.
Let's go. That's the plan. We just go. Let's run it.
Signal.
All according to plan.
Let's go.
Right.
Yeah.
Get him first!
Unauthorized entry in 7-6 Annex. All units, proceed to location and secure. Unauthorized entry in 7-6 Annex. Unauthorized entry in 7-6 Annex.
Fun is over. It's over. That's that.
Poor.
Let's be smart.
Let him escape!
And down she goes.
Look at us, amateurs, putting in the work.
Roar!
Your mind. Going in.
Come and get him!
Time to get serious.
Ah!
Don't eat me! Please don't eat me! Now that's what I...
At last, our long-awaited dance begins. Here's to a fair fight, my friend.
Calling wind.
I told you we're gonna put it past the red line. Open up the throttle. Too slow.
This is poor.
Not bad. I'll keep you company.
How?
Open up the throttle.
Oh, come on.
Shall I keep you company? Well done.
That was terrible. I apologize for having you having to see that.
A lot more crowded now.
Security's out in force.
Where does chapter 4 end?
Gonna wait for Wedge?
What part am I waiting for? I forget. I forget.
Why is that?
Guess a soldier wouldn't understand. Don't tell him you're worried about him, though.
So, how do we get back to the slums?
With a little trick I've been dying to try out.
Yeah, that roach fight was terrible. I didn't have the ATB I needed. Oh, can you move?
All residents are to return to their homes and remain indoors until further notice. I repeat, for your safety, go home.
I heard someone say it was an attack.
Hey, it was those terrorists, right? There has been no attack. For your safety, please go home.
Come on, get a move on. I don't replace. I like that. I do need to make a note of all the save load parts on this, and that's for sure.
Right, this is it. Through here and we're home free.
Where exactly are we going?
When we get there, you'll know. Now that I've got my blasting agent, we should have everything we need for our next mission.
Sure hope so.
Yeah, me too. For your dad's sake.
Hey, what the hell, man?
Huh?
Cloud was just saying how he hopes to come back and try the Midgard special next time.
Really, huh? Cloud said that?
Mm-hmm. He did.
Wants a
He
whole
so.
guy to himself. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Really? Well, okay then. Maybe I'll lend Mom a hand next time too.
That'd be awesome.
Super duper awesome.
Think Jesse and Biggs made it back safe?
I guess.
Cool if we check on them? We'll pass by their places anyway.
Sure.
You saw it too, right? Over Scrap Boulevard?
I think we'll have to find out one of these days.
Got new numbers for Monster Slaying this month. Check them out.
Well, this is Biggs' place.
Huh?
Look, isn't worse. He's got to have to go
Wouldn't guessed.
And he worried. Anyway, let's head on over to Jesse's.
Me wanting to leave Midgard didn't go over so
Word is, the former reactor.
scares me to death thinking there might be more to come.
This is where Jesse lives. Lots of pretty girls. I tell you this for
You know
your...
about Jesse now?
Nah, it's all paid to her.
You lost me.
I said you love to play.
You know about the secret reactor jobs? Even people from the undersea.
I'm gonna try to find some live-in work.
Hey there, Big. Aw, I missed you too. Oh, Big.
Is this the end of it? Question mark.
Stranger running tomorrow.
Me wanting to leave me.
Calling wind. Going in. Going all out. How? No idea. Pretty sure you can't even see them unless they make physical contact first.
It finishes after this part, don't it?
Again?
Are they trying to stop us from reaching the others? Cloud, this way! You gotta be kidding me. It's like trying to fight a hurricane.
Stay on your feet.
You wanted to tell me that.
Come on. Let's go. We got caught on the sign. Good times.
Storm's coming.
Giving it my all! It's on you!
No. Need to stop pressing shit.
I can tell you're nervous.
Obvious, huh? Okay, I'm ready now.
Isn't the watch supposed to keep this kind of stuff up?
Just got done talking. She was gonna stop.
Oh, it tries to end at Barrett, doesn't it? Yeah, that's it.
Moving down under it. Oh, smell cider. Bombs and steppers. Weird. I'm using the first one.
Should have saved some more time if the Roche fight was a bit better.
Alright, people. You sure you ready?
Cloud,
Yes.
The train will be passing an ID checkpoint shortly.
here comes the first hurdle.
Not much of one.
I know, but that doesn't mean I don't have butterflies in my stomach.
He's fine. What are you talking about?
What's that?
Barrett, are we on edge?
I'm fine.
Thanks.
Emergency ID scan in progress.
What in the...
No way!
Emergency ID scan in progress. Unauthorized ID. Lockdown.
You have to get to the next call.
Keep moving, people!
What do we do?
Get the car.
I can't.
You want to survive this? Then move!
Yes, sir.
Cloud!
Lockdown protocol.
I got this. That's gotta be him. Hey, thanks. For when we jumped from the train.
You're welcome.
You're pretty light, you know.
You always know what to say.
Requesting immediate assistance!
He's close. Come on. There. Barret.
Tifa, could use some help.
Good luck. Thank you, Nostro. Thank you.
We're coming.
Make it quick. Should be some stairs over there.
We better hurry.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It is indeed. He assisted me with the new game plus stuff because he got bored and ran it. So he's like, yeah, here's something to use, which I appreciate that. How you doing, boss man, Nos man? It's going. That's what I like to hear. Yeah, we weren't sure what was winning tonight, whether it was going to be FF7 or it was going to be Expedition 33, but we let everybody decide, and FF7 came up the winner.
Stamps knows.
I'd like to say we're getting a little bit more fluent in the game. Not massively, but we're definitely getting more comfortable at least.
Bring it.
That wasn't what I was supposed to do, because I'm pretty sure I thought these were ladders, but no, they're not. I could have slid down those. My bad.
All kinds of creepy crawlers make themselves at home in the plate. Then get messed up even more.
That was annoying. Literally one hit. I didn't want to run back.
Ain't no one away from this.
So you better run. Bring it on.
Oh yeah, another one in the bag.
I need to get used to using Maximum Fury with Barret, actually. That's another one I need to start using.
Science experiment.
No more games. It's over. It's huge.
Oh, come on.
Watch yourself. All set.
That wasn't great.
Those things really creep me out.
The train's gonna get derailed by one of these days.
Shouldn't I should do something?
After an accident, there's good old stairs.
How are we doing anyway? How's Queenie doing? Nostro feeling any better?
They really captured the essence of corporate propaganda.
I'd say if you don't know your chores, but yeah, they're a morning slot thing for you, right? You should not have any chores left to do at this point.
Screw it. Let's just give it a quick once over and call it a day.
How did you get out of hole? Like that. Ain't got nothing on me. Alright, let's figure out where the hell we are. Where you going?
Oh, boo. I know where we are. I forget we had to go to the map.
There's no rail yonder.
And that is
That's quick.
Got a safety instruction in radiation and protection. Safety annotator I can report, so she did not return glow in the dark. So that's good. I mean, yeah, that's a good start. That's a good start. I mean, although glow in the dark has its benefits. I mean, look at the Incredible Hulk. You know, save on lighting. But yeah, no, this is good.
I hate the fact that Shinra took a loyal animal like that and co-opted
But the radiation's never hurt me too much, right?
Think you're making progress, and then you hit a wall.
Knock it down.
You're
I agree. You think you're making progress, then you hit a wall. Just how it goes.
Hey, hold up. This way.
Security in the type of...
That's spiritual.
You're going to get away! Don't
Go on. Oh, come on.
No getting through that gate. Let's take the stairs.
Sloppy today than normal.
Secret passage real soon. I knew Plan E wouldn't fail us. Should have called it Plan X. What you think, Mr. X Soldier?
Biggs made the plan, right?
I provided some input.
Hope not too much.
What's that supposed to mean?
I didn't mean to swap to Barrett there. I mean, nobody wants to do movement with Barrett. Worst thing possible, right?
Keep looking for faithful little Stan. He'll lead us to the passageway.
This it?
You okay?
Yeah.
No, it finishes as you get up the platform, that's right. We have to kill some time here first. Shuffle. Shuffle.
So, you bump into any giant robots like that in Reactor 1?
Yeah, except the bastard looked like a scorpion. Speaking of which, what would you say that last one looked like?
Huh?
Crab.
Well...
Lo and behold.
Looks dead now.
All aboard.
Alright. Alright, it's time to play with the lights.
Nothing but air below us.
Shut up and move.
Just don't look down.
Oh, come on.
Easy for you to say.
Hate it when he does that.
Section G's through here, huh?
This ought to open it. You good?
Need power thing.
Atlas Black.
Control room.
Let's check out.
Cloud, why'd you always have to stand there so clueless for like a second afterwards?
I'm getting the feeling no one's come down here for a long time.
No plate.
You know, a little bit of sense of urgency, my man.
Doesn't look good.
Think it works?
There, easy.
Hey guys, look, the instructions are with
What?
Sunrise. Closest thing they have.
After that, a sun.
Bet if we go through.
Now leave it.
That's true.
Let's go.
All these lamps. You'd think they'd be able to balance the load by now, right?
Maybe. If the maintenance guys or whoever weren't playing hooky.
The lamps are important. But when you think how much Mako it must take to keep them running, that's gotta be one. Man, look at the size of it.
Wait, yep, it's definitely a lamp.
At the top of that ladder. A pretty tall ladder too.
I'll go.
Okay, we'll wait down here.
Skip part. I think I fumbled in this section a bit, so let's see if we can get anything back.
Next. Just y'all, just pass through.
They busted?
Powered down is my guess.
Lucky us, am I right? One less thing for us to worry about. You gotta breathe with this shit.
Monsters sure seem to like it. What's up with that?
It's like in the tunnels. They get twisted by the Mako, but it all goes back to shit.
Hey, let's take a moment to get our bearings.
Sure. Absolutely, let's just take a moment.
We're still in G.
Yeah, and to be
Okay.
unfortunately, I
Well, you know,
the only other route I can think of would be
Along the wall.
a forgetting to drive.
so we shooting for those fans way over there. Okay. At least
Those ventilation fans?
keeping the plate's air clean by pushing the smog into the slums. Whole systems designed to make shit roll downhill fast.
Have I just fumbled? No, it is this way. I was sitting there for a second, I was like, huh? Like, there's 2 more lamps. It's like, we have to go through this way first of all, then it's the lamps.
No fear, no fear. Yeah, no fear. No fear. No fear. No fear. No fear. Little fear.
No fear. She's got shorts on first, don't worry, baby cells.
Guys, I'm just worried.
Enough!
Okay, then. I'll need. No worse than a windy day, huh?
One with a tornado warning, maybe? Don't look at the fan! Whatever you do!
Right.
Hey, what's that behind the fan over there?
Alan, thank you for the subscription, mate. Appreciate you. You didn't have to. I appreciate you, sir. Hope you're all good. Safety prevails. I love that dumb bot, I won't lie. Hey, look.
Seconds, maybe. 3 tops.
Don't put much stock in the AI stuff, but Frosty does some good work. If you, Nostra, if you do appreciate that one, don't forget to ping that in the Frosty Tales in the Gordo's Game Discord. Good. Alan, are we on or are we off? Where are we at, sir?
Light of these magnificent lamps, we shall lead our brothers and sisters of the Undercity to a brighter future.
Say what?
It's from
34 inch, 240 hertz. Nice.
the sun lamps.
Brighter future, my ass. Shinra's leading us down a one-way path to darkness and death.
Look, there's the switch.
Let's flip it and go.
One more before I'm off. Nice, always good to hear, mate. Always good to hear, yeah. Go and treat yourself to that monitor, mate.
Mid-range turrets, huh?
Hey, Cloud! Hang back while I deal with these pests.
Let's go.
We can move this catwalk.
Yeah! Lined it up perfect.
Ah, mate, that's unfortunate. Yeah, no, it's a crappy month for myself, to be honest.
We're gonna get lost.
Well, at least we know where to be.
But we make do, we get by. We make do and we get by. Oh, of course you are. I expect nothing less, mate. Gotta throw the cashy, you gotta enjoy it.
That the Sector 4 slums down there?
Huh? You want to check them out sometime? I can show you around.
We'll check them out now if we fall.
We're just running back through FF7. We did put the options out there and this is what people wanted. So we're here for it. There's not much in it for the time being, that's for sure. But... No, this way.
We're right back where we started. Where was that last light again? Almost done.
I think I made the mistake last time and I went upstairs and around and all sorts.
No Jesse or Wes to back us up either.
Yeah. Speaking of which, what should we tell Biggs? I don't want him to worry.
If there's no viable,
what am I doing?
we'll just have to make one.
Just complete. Nice. Money well spent, mate. Money well spent.
It's their job. Calling wind.
That'll do.
Let's move!
Not so fast. I hope that Jessie's injury isn't anything serious.
The best thing you can do to speed her recovery is to kick Shinra ass in her stead.
I know. And Cloud's got a cover for Wedge, too.
When do we link up with Biggs?
Soon enough, don't you worry.
He knew we might be late, so he came up with a few ways to kill time.
We ought to reach him long before he dies of...
A camera and camera arm. We'll have a ride tomorrow. Sweet. I will sort out getting Moxfield all sorted out my side. I might piece together a deck at some point because I'm going to organize a game. No. Because I know Sancho wants to do one. So I'm thinking I'll get you Papaches myself. Nice. Look forward to seeing it, mate. Is that the end of the chapter or not?
Hear that, guys? It's the reactor calling us, beckoning us, saying, "Bring it on, Avalanche."
That's just the pier.
Engaging target.
Roar!
Calling wind.
Get your ass out of here! Okay, Big should be waiting for us up ahead.
He's probably worried sick about us. Even after all that fighting, no one's coming for us?
No need. This is Shinra City. They probably have cameras everywhere.
Why didn't you say something sooner?
Way too late to bail now.
It's like walking a tightrope. When you're on it, only 2 ways off.
Better keep my balance.
Damn right. Alright.
I wonder.
Tifa?
It's nothing.
Okay.
Just thinking about the next step. Didn't think I'd be this nervous.
Some things you never get used to.
Yeah.
We'll take that.
seeing a way down.
Here, maybe?
That tune.
That could work.
Kinda scary, huh?
It's all in the mind.
Hey, check it out. They sick this big boy on us, we'd be screwed 6 ways from Sunday.
The Airbuster does look pretty cool. I say it every time I see it.
Probably a new prototype. If they do decide to deploy it, then our best bet would be to run like hell.
Where is everybody?
You mean Shinra? Got spooked and cleared out.
Just like that, okay?
I gotcha. Almost there. The smell.
This will be quick.
To the limit and beyond. Giving it my all. Watch yourself.
I did not mean to do that. That was poor. I was supposed to switch to Barrett there and use him, but it went. I completely forgot Tifa.
Check out this shit right here.
Let's go. Bring it on.
I'm waiting.
It's on you.
Again, sloppy. Forgot about the turrets.
You would say that.
Start making note of the chapters that I kind of mess up in.
Yeah.
We get out the same way we got in.
Yep, that ladder right there. That ladder is not going anywhere. It's a solid ladder. My favourite ladder. Oh. Guess not.
Attention all security forces. Shut the hell up.
No.
No. Let's take down shit.
Right now. Attention all security forces. Subdue the insurgents and bring them to the command center immediately. I repeat.
Oh.
Subdue the insurgents and bring them to the command center.
All clear. Now let's see what these bastards were up to. Huh? Find something?
Keycard.
You think? Nice work.
Now over here first.
Cloud. Over. It looks like a few.
Could tamper a little with it.
And give us.
There should be a console.
This the console you talking about? Think you can get to it? Keep on.
Anyway, it's not.
Sound bad.
Mom.
So far, so good.
Alright. That's the only one of those we need to do.
You think they're watching us?
Yep. Probably.
If we move on it, Zeb, smile for the folks at home. Not going down without a fight.
Let me handle this. You're up. I got this.
Come on.
It's on you. All set.
That was. I need to line those moves up better. I'm still not the most fluent still with using some of the other team stuff for stuff.
And we'll deal with you ourselves.
Looks like there's 2 consoles this time. Any cards?
Just the one.
2 choice. It's up to you, Cloud.
Okay. Everything's ready. Don't get back up.
Barrett, corn.
Thousand kills. Cut this out.
Surprise, Grounder!
I got this. Bring it on.
Nope. Did that last time.
Watch yourself.
Got a whole heap of that.
Okay, let's go.
Come on.
Not bad.
Piece of cake. I tell you what.
You don't say.
What about me, fool? Times like these.
Oh no, girl.
Come on, don't be shy.
I don't dance.
You're gonna feel this one.
Roar!
Let me
You'll pay for this.
Bunch of pushovers. Come on, y'all.
I worked a full 12-hour shift, feeling fine now. My body wants to get rid of everything through coughing.
You should be good.
Ah, sorry to dude. Not long left, mate. Not long left. Like I said, you're almost there.
Stay sharp.
You don't need to tell me twice. Okay, let's go. That's that.
Let's go.
Well,
Hey, you still.
I've lost my marbles then.
Now we just gotta get.
I was like, where are we going?
The terrorists have breached the room and are engaging our forces. There's no telling when we'll have it fully operational.
You good, mate? You good? Well, you know we always appreciate you being here.
But sir, it's not ready yet.
That's that.
Understood. Prepare the airbuster for immediate deployment. That's far enough.
Y'all never had a chance.
Hey guys. Looks like performance.
We definitely got big.
Man, we can talk a little bit.
Night night. How doing, Proj? How doing, Proj? So, let's get the trigger here.
Keep looking.
Alan's invited Nos.
Oh, he's back.
Family, Alan skipped
Oh, daddy.
one sub to Nos 0. They have given 114 gifts subs in the chat.
I appreciate you, Alan, as always. You didn't need to, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
I won't give up. All set. Give me your best shot. Too late.
That asshole thing.
It's locked down.
Is there any way we can get over?
Yeah, from that room over there.
Alright.
Do you think we'll find the complete treasure?
Let's go, 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 go.
So how do we...
Simple. Remove the levers.
Which just leaves right, soldier.
Soldier boy already, yo. Watch me crack and watch me roll. Watch me crack that soldier boy, that Superman, that oh.
So we need to synchronize our movements?
Do it.
Okay, pay attention, you two. 3, 2, 1.
Hell yeah!
You did it! Quick timing.
Yeah.
What y'all got tucked away in that vault, huh?
Alright. Okay, boss fight. Let's go. Let's try and make this a good one. Thunder is our friend.
Are you alright?
You've seen but a fraction of this mission's true capabilities. That buster ready to fire. Now, show me how fast you can.
That was too close.
Alright. We'll take that. We'll take it.
In that case, huh?
Hey, little help in here, guys?
Come on, boys. Come say hi.
Good old what's his face. I hate doing cleanup, but I'm damn good at it.
Wow, be careful!
Gotta make it work for Kong. Now look at you, tough eye. Professional. This dance of ours could use a star. It's over. Call it away.
Get out of it, Reno.
Over here!
Through the attic. Maybe we can get out that way.
Right. Through that hole.
It's not your time, basically, that's supposed to say.
Come on. I'll go first.
Gotta go. Appreciate everything. Have a good one, everyone, and good luck with your run. No worries at all. Goki, welcome in, welcome in. Glad to have you here. As I said, if you've not hopped in the Any Center Discord, feel free to hop in. If you want to chit chat about the run or any of the games at all, feel free to do so. But I appreciate you. You take it easy. Okay, we're not moving. No worries. Good, sir. Peace out for now. Let's see if we can carry on at all.
Okay.
Stop her.
I don't know if I like this part being in it, or I mean, I would have preferred the barrels still. I mean, it's not that hard to put the barrels in it, right?
Over here! Thank you.
Let's move.
Cloud, give me a hand.
I mean, Nostra, you must be loving life. We know how much you love Midgar.
More of those things.
It's like
You basically taking a residence here, right?
Close.
so cool. There.
Prep for exfil.
Nostra's got real estate in Midgar at this point.
They gone?
Yeah, think so.
What are they?
I think, actually, I don't know. Let's just go. Okay. See that color up there? Time was over.
Let's.
So, what's next for you?
A little bit of bodyguard work.
Right.
I own one of the rooms in Midgar Tower, right next to the toilets.
Yep.
So one of the, you know, like Sector 5 or something like that. Yeah, okay, it's good real estate. Yeah, property value is going up.
What's a Turk want with you?
Dunno. Hey, don't Turks keep an eye out for potential soldiers and stuff?
They do more than just scout for candidates. Turks get called in to handle all kinds of situations with extreme prejudice.
Professional bad guys.
Hey, that's good economy right there. You're gonna make a killing off that.
Looked like you knew each other.
Maybe he thought I could be the greatest soldier yet.
Forget it.
You mad?
I actually haven't traveled by rooftop before.
Be surprised if you had.
It's honestly kind of exciting.
Well, first time and all.
Give me a minute. Don't just run off on your own.
That's definitely what I'm gonna do.
Words of a soldier candidate?
So petty.
He is petty. He really is.
Looks kind of rusty.
I'll go first.
Nope. The amount of times I've nearly quit out to a title screen.
Huh, there it is. The wall.
You know, but in the end,
Dangerous.
too much.
No, Solem, thank you for the subscription, thank you for the gifted subscription. Appreciate you, good sir, as always. You take it easy, rest up, and I hope you feel better soon. Shift that cough. Hot water, honey, and stuff.
After all, I can't.
Honey and lemon. Hot water, honey and lemon.
Sure about this?
See for yourself. Maybe I'll go on ahead and leave you all by your lonesome. Just,
Maybe you shouldn't talk.
then you talk.
I threw up and I'm feeling okay.
Not for free.
It is. It's a nice combo. And it does wonders. I mean, it's not time for a tactical chuck, Alan, but I'm glad you're feeling better.
Killing me here.
But not a great solution. Especially for retching your throat and that. But glad you're feeling somewhat better. Oh yeah, we lost time in here last time, if I remember rightly, by something stupid. Yeah, we did.
Station. Even so, we'll probably run into a few monsters on the way.
Damn right.
I fought scarier things in my sleep.
Kinda in a rush, so...
Her little dash is pointless.
Do you?
Compared compared to you? No. Training grounds, barracks, battlefields. That's the world I know.
You sound proud of that. Station's there.
I can see that.
Oh? Thought the world you knew didn't.
Alright, see, yeah, I'm sure there's time we can get back here.
Oh, didn't expect to see you here.
But yeah, see, Nostro, I haven't forgot about Final Fantasy in that. We're still throwing some Final Fantasy out. Maybe not the typical ones as much, you know, with the whole 8, 9, and 10 CSRs. I do tend to find myself in like action games quite a lot for some reason.
Anyone would ever choose to hang around in.
But a great place to lay low.
You jittery?
I mean, I do anyway. It's the only reason I'm doing this. No, I never seek approval, but you know,
That didn't work.
I like to remember my Final Fantasy roots as I go along. And it's nice to, you know, we are a CK after all. It's nice to throw a Final Fantasy one in there every so often. Bear, go the right way, you idiot. You're playing it. Trying to save time here. Why are you being a fool?
Must have been a new breed.
I think occasionally make moving away from watching FF games is refreshing. I'll keep that in mind. I apologise. I'll turn this off right away. Well, I get that. You can only do so much for watching like the same CSRs as like, yep, this is what's going to happen. And when you know the run, and when you know the run more than the runner sometimes, it's like, yeah, it's like, okay, that's going to happen now, that's going to happen. Oh, something went wrong. They're now going to have a hissy fit. Great. Fantastic. Let's go and see the beginning again. Yay! that basic methodology.
You're dead.
No, I get it. I get it. So when people ask me, it's like you've like, because I've never officially like married into a game properly. I've played various games, and there's some I played a lot into. Expedition 33. I think I've done quite a bit in this already. You know, stuff like that. But like, in terms of it all, I still play a heavy mixture. Alright, 2 pushes here. Because what we did last time, we did 1 push apparently. And then we went all the way around, went on to the Monkey Bars up there, and then had to get back off. Like, we had to travel all the way up here. We got up here, up another set of ladders, which is slow as it is. And then took a slow stroll to here to get caught like part way. So we got about here and it's like, no, you can't do that. It's like, oh, there's nothing to jump onto. Damn, we screwed the pooch. So that already is some time back. There is actually a new action game that looks quite interesting and quite fun. You've probably seen it because you've probably seen Wody play it, Nostro. Ironically, me and Wody keep crossing paths. It's quite ironic at this point. Romeo Must Die.
You're getting paid right now.
I don't know anything about it. I've seen some gameplay for it, and it just looks. It looks random, but actually, if they.
Don't forget about the Turks. Could come at us any time. Keep an eye out.
I have no idea what the concept is. I mean, the guy, the main character looks like Yeah, that's it. It's one of the latest games. I think it's a new release. That's why. Alright, so we have dead time here, which is basically a break.
I'm standing inside the gutted shell of Mako Reactor 5.
Working for Wutai, isn't it obvious?
There's still a lot of smoke rising from the rubble.
so they don't have to break
While
the
fallen
ceasefire.
beams and other debris continue to hinder rescue efforts, the fires appear to have been mostly extinguished.
we help catch the bombers. We get a
over
reward or
there.
something?
That's the director of Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division, isn't it?
Enough of that doom and
Excuse
gloom.
me, ma'am, but would
we're
you mind
safe
answering a
down
few
here,
questions?
right?
They're targeting reactors. There's no
Can you give
reason
us any
for them to
updates
attack
on the status of the reactor?
So,
What
when are
kind
the
of damage
trains
did
gonna
it
start
suffer in
up
the
again?
explosion? Are we in any danger?
Mako Reactor 5 has been temporarily shut down, and all fires have been successfully extinguished. The situation is under control, and the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications. We're in the process of conducting a full forensic investigation, but we suspect the device used...
But yeah, no, it's already played. I saw some other streamers playing it, and they just
The perpetrators of that atrocity were filmed making their escape.
what's the words for it?
These agents of the eco-terrorist...
It looked quite eccentric in places. Like I said, the main character looked like that out of Ultraman. He had like an Ultraman kind of like vibe to his look, or Chainsaw Man anime. You know, that the helmet and that kind of looked like that, design wise. And there was some extreme boss fight that I when I turned up, I was watching it.
Will keep Midgar safe.
Okay, time's up.
All right, let's go.
Those avalanche guys are unbelievable. Without the reactors, how are we supposed to live?
But I mean, just over a week or so, and we've got Requiem to play as well.
Place is really hopping, huh?
Nice side effect of the train situation. So, what do you say?
I'd love to, but
We'll give REA to go at another point. I can't let Zoo have it too easy.
I help out every now and then. It's fun. Aerith! Well, what are you
Like I quite like the intrigue that for some reason people like to be competitive with me,
Who's this guy? This is Cloud. He's
and I think I've inspired Zoo to just want to keep beating me. So the more I push it, the more I make him push it.
See you. 2 peas in a pod.
Aaron!
So, what are you guys up to?
We all went to see the reactor. Oh, that's right. You're
Well, you know, Zoo is basically sells you.
What for?
I don't know.
Oh, so is that why he wants to beat me?
Guess we have a new destination.
The Excel bloodline just wants to beat my ass. Is that it?
Explain. The Leaf House is the local orphanage. That's where all these kids live.
Hey, Aerith, where'd you go?
I like my reputation.
Next time, we should all go together.
Why, hello, Aerith. As popular as ever,
Okay, so what we got here? We got a few things still to do.
On my toes.
Better than being better.
They can coincidentally also live relatively close by. What, Zoo and
No problem.
Zoo and Excel?
How'd you
Really?
manage to find so many anyway?
Oh, I have my ways.
And him?
He's my bodyguard, just until I get home.
And you're sure he's up to it?
Maybe. Since I'm so generous, I gather medicinal herbs for his patients sometimes.
Oh, come on.
Here's the Leaf House.
Are you serious?
There you are. I'm sorry to make you come out.
It's well, then I hope you won't mind. No problem.
All you can carry. What will the doom and gloom?
Actually, will.
Let's all wash up before our meal.
Please grow big and yummy.
Why did I think Zoo wasn't? Is Zoo UK based? I didn't think Zoo was.
So, Cloud, what's your favorite flower?
They're all the same to me.
Huh. You sure you want to say that to a florist?
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
Then what'd you think of
Interesting.
the flower I gave you?
I
You give it away?
did.
Ooh, to who? Tell me.
Don't recall. What?
Thought you didn't like lying. Well, anyway.
Alright, we've got stuff to do, Aerith. Come on, let's get a move on. Yeah, no, I generally thought Zoo was
So I'll introduce you.
overseas, like the Europe region. Not sure where or why, but yeah.
There you go. That's my house.
It's amazing.
Are you sure? Did you not take down the coordinates as per his application to CK?
That Aerith. She's a handful, isn't she?
Oh, go all the way up.
Found them! And these right here are my babies.
No longer effing anymore?
Which ones do you think we should pick?
Any of them.
Oh, don't be like that. I know you have an eye for this kind of thing. That's the one I gave you.
Huh. It is?
Nice try, mister. You can't fool me. I think we still need a few more. Which should we do
fair.
next? She said, as many as you can carry, so maybe a few more? I think we're
Yeah, everybody's a bit more thingy about it.
Shall we go?
That is very true. That is very true.
No need to hurry. We're not under the gun or anything.
I just thought it was generally a nice enough idea. You know, have a little banner set up with the pins for where they are. Not exactly where people are, but generally what countries they reside in. Some little chocobos on the map. Make it look like it's an FF map. It's a nice little piece.
I love to study Bunch's favorites. I'm gonna read them all. But I want to climb up. But I'm scared of the doggy.
That's what's called easy. Ooh, that's fun.
Spices.
Oh,
I remember you.
where's Aerith?
The Leaf House.
Alright, we got this. What do we got? Let's save the kids part.
Is something wrong?
You could say that. Yeah, two of them.
Turk?
That's what I thought. It's this guy who's old. They say he's. I don't like the sound of this.
I don't sound of this.
Okay, come on.
What up, Reeves? How we doing, sir? How goes the venture to get Rebirth working?
How about it?
Am I I gotta wait for Oats, haven't I? Bloody thing.
Because of the money, or because you picked me on TV again?
Did I have to wait for him? Could have just lost myself time there. I know it's through there, but
Come on. I know this place is off limits to grown-ups, but if we want to rescue them, well, we gotta break the rules.
oh, dude, that sucks.
Here's some help. Yeah, leave it to us. But there are monsters. Don't worry. I've got a
I
star.
used to be a soldier, so where's the guy?
I don't know.
At this point, at this rate, Reaper, I'm gonna have to play Rebirth for you.
The
I'll likely have access to it first.
Where do you think they went?
Who knows? They're kids. Nothing to do but look all over.
Ready? See you around.
I've got this.
Don't you mean we've got this? Moving on then.
Can we move quicker?
There they are.
Come on, we're in a rush. Gotta get back, yeah, and then we'll fight Rude.
Guess I got her. You jittery?
Seriously? No.
We gotta save them.
All right. That's that. I got your number. That it?
Maybe I need like an thingy for Aerith. Give her some ATB to start with so she can cast something and be somewhat useful.
Calling wind.
Too bright?
Enough.
Get him! We'll be right there!
Or are we gonna lose some time here? Possibly. Go. Go. Jesus. Oh no, now you make us do the moonwalk.
Storm's coming. That's that.
How did you get to be so strong? Well, you see, Cloud here used to be a soldier.
He was? Did you go fight in the war?
I might have.
Yeah, the thing is that I want I need one person to be running along whilst the other person just finish them all off, because this is a new game plus. They should be able to just blast them down, but I haven't got ATV assist on Aerith, and it just means it's I'm casting with a person instead of moving with them at the same time. Normally for Tifa we'll do the whole power slide instead and keep moving.
That was so cool, you guys. Especially that. Yeah. Really cool. You went like, yeah. You've got it all wrong. Like that. No way. It was way faster than that.
I wonder if it was a save load here or something to speed things up.
Then how about? Yeah. Like that. Isn't that right?
Alright, let's go. Let's get out of here.
Thank you. From now on, it's okay. You guys broke grown up, but you're also one of us now. You can come and play here.
Then you must be from the legendary.
Hey, Cloud. I know a lot of people are out on patrol. Do you think you might get... Well, I'm not for it.
1 o'clock.
Don't worry. I always have the latest information. Come find me if you want to know.
Go, go, go. I hated that. If you point on like to the right, that because the angle it is, then you move, change it to the right, then it changes the angle again slightly. It's like now you have to press upwards. Just take one input as the move along. Simple. All right, so we're gonna go up here and.
You're back. Come look what we've done. Great job, isn't it? Oh, you forgot. You scratched all them lap. A little scary looking.
When is it gonna get dark around? Calling wind.
Okay.
So, enough yet?
No, I don't believe that I have.
Calling fire.
You jittery?
I just split that too early. I did split that too early. Now split. Okay. Kraken, welcome in folks. I'm Kraken. Welcome. Yes, you are here at... Is this part of the chapter? No, I think this is part next. I'm sure it is. Maybe not. Could be wrong. Thank you for the raid, much appreciated. How did your runs go? Let me just try and make my way through here without getting caught. There goes my streak. Didn't even know you were streaming now.
It's simple enough.
Sad to catch you out.
Promise me. Good. Thank you.
Kraken, how are we doing? Did we get any runs going today? Any close PBs? Anything like that? But for those who are joining us and no one new here, my name is Gordo. I am a variety streamer, speedrunner, challenge runner, member of Chocobo Knights, and runner of basically all sorts. So if you enjoy games, I play games. If you want to kick back and vibe, Pace fell. Choose X. Trying to not run into walls whilst doing this. Pace fell off, but ultimately died to Chimera outskilling in home. Oh, that sucks, dude. Hey, look, I've dropped your nickname as well. All right. I'll give it a rest. All right. Even though it's very fitting. But no, thanks for the good luck. Appreciate you. We've done a few bits of trying to like refine this down more. It's more so just time spent and just learning what I'm doing more and more as I go along. So on chapter 9 is a bit of a lengthy one. We do some, I want to say we do some kind of wasteful things. We're going to play with some mechanical arms and why, I mean, anybody's guess at this point. But we do go to Wool Market. So there's some awesome interesting piece there for those who recall the OG one and all the memes you had there. We're going through Wool Market and get them to pick Cloud and all that stuff, you know.
And there's no other way?
It'll be an adventure. That's that.
Thank you, Aerith, for getting that last hit for me.
Try to stay behind me.
That way I can cover your back.
I mean, look, you don't even get far enough away, Aerith, that I can actually teleport to you. It's like, come on, please. Like, get your running shoes on or something.
Oh, great. Someone's pulled up the ladder.
So yeah, so we now get to play with these things and to move around and, you know, get up there. Like fun run, but it's way too long for it without a break. There is a break. What are you about? Have you not seen the break? There's definitely like at least a solid, I want to say 2-minute break. Yeah, it's called this part here. It's there. There's the Wool Market. There's like a little dance section, but you don't have to pass it, so you just go AFK whilst you do it.
Piece of cake. Give me a sec. And here comes ladder. Well, what did I tell ya?
And there's a couple of dead points where you can't actually speed things up, so yeah, there's a bit of breathing space here and there. I mean, don't get me wrong. Yeah, it is a long run. That is completely valid.
Stop.
Did we wake it up? Get him!
Bam!
Oh, that's weird. There used to be a way through here.
But it is fun though. I mean, the game in general is just fun, so I'm here for it. Yeah, well, I'll get in June 3rd. We get Rebirth, so that'll be fun to play through that. Let's play as one of my particular favorite characters, Red.
Okay then.
Storm's coming.
Hey, but even not a container with the arm. Not that bad. So do you like it, you know? Well then, I'm gonna head down. Okay, Cloud. Ready?
Yeah, this part I don't really know the value of this part, if I'm going to be completely honest. Because it's not like it's some extensive puzzle. If that makes sense.
Okay, right there. Hold on, let's jump the ladder. Cloud, over here.
Don't follow all the way. Remember, we turn off right here.
Whoa, not too fast, okay?
Got it.
So I mean, once we've done this, we're officially halfway through through the run itself.
Okay, guys, whatever you do, don't move.
Don't look. Don't look.
Shit! Let's get the hell out of here!
Wait, you guys! Don't leave me! I'm coming!
Random question, but why did you quit being a soldier?
That is random.
You don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
Wasn't going to.
Did you have any soldier friends? Any war buddies?
No, just someone I idolized and took on the identity of.
Calling Wind.
See you around. Stupid letters. Okay, Cloud, hang down. You're in charge. It's this way. It's this way.
Yes, it is. Moonlight, welcome in, sir. How the devil are we? Glad you got that popcorn ready. You're gonna need it. Get back and enjoy that vibe. Thank you. Can we get a shift on? We.
Don't worry, we'll be on the same page next time.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, okay?
Hold it right there! Good.
We made it! Smell the fresh air?
If you call that fresh. Oh, come on. It's like Resident Evil door memes. I'm glad we had to really take the time to do this. Not sure why that had to be a hold Y and not just the press Y function, you know. Just saying.
Here. Guess this is it then.
Yeah.
Tired. It's all holds to this other class to learn stuff that I can do the game jam next month for me. That's fair enough, mate. There's no judgment. The Any Souls thing, you do as and when you feel like it. They don't even feel obligated to do so. We appreciate you here and just being a part of the Enemy Centers. You know the drill. We have a nice varied collection of individuals with a varied level of skills for different things, which is always nice.
Hey there. You ain't right, bro.
No, and yes, I can. No. What'd you say to me?
We're looking for a girl.
Yes, we want to
Save her, my
So, this girl.
Well, she's in.
Exactly.
Wait a minute, you talking
That's her.
hate to break your heart.
What do you mean?
She's a real pretty girl. Cornelio's hosting another.
Audition for what?
For the title of the next movie, what I saw, haven't got girls for so long. And considering those.
So where can we find this time?
What are you asking? Do what you gotta.
And there goes our... Maybe we'll have better luck in town. Let's check it out.
Right, let's get Wool Market done.
Relaxation, the sweet embrace of pretty ladies.
Sunday will be an interesting game. It works out how I want it to be, but making it in 1 month, that will be a lot of my streams, not just dev streams. I mean, that's always interesting to see. Like I said, I wish I'd stuck with it. That tune.
Not so fast.
We're looking for someone.
Yes.
Yeah. So
We can't just
How about me then?
maybe.
You know, Leslie?
Excuse you?
I'm curious. Not
Come on. Keep talking.
and you'd be embarrassed.
Seriously, let's just.
Cloud?
we're not.
And who can give us that?
The trio. Only once first. There's Chirp and then there's Madam M over that, but not least. They're gonna accept your punch.
Duly noted. Thanks for the info. We'll be back soon.
Hey there. Can't have just one.
Okay, so I'm gonna go here first. I don't know if this is the right one.
Let me handle this.
Damn right, Hall.
You remember me attack. But okay.
And then we go to Sam the Chocobo dude. We're gonna get caught on a wall. That was intentional. It's a safety strap. Only professional runners do that.
How'd you like a piping hot fun? What are you thinking?
I'm not sure if this speeds up
Not you.
Wait, here's...
like the whole Johnny thing.
Really?
Sure.
Next time I'll do it.
You more in now.
Beauty's under plan.
Damn, you really do.
Sure do.
Then how's about
Exactly.
call him Heads Tail? That's right. I'll friend to your wish. Get long. You leave me in peace.
Yes.
Dale, you lose.
Scumbag. Alright, now if we go to there, basically the reason I've done this is to, instead of going straight to this place and then having to go to another one because they're not there, Johnny should be there.
Shit.
Cloud? How was it?
Huh?
You okay?
Yeah.
You're acting weird, Cloud.
I am?
Really weird.
Oh.
Think you'll make a habit of it? Alright then. I think I've seen everything I need to see.
So?
Tell me what you want, and we'll take it from there.
Don't have a trio anywhere in the world. Really?
But you not. Huh? I've never seen Bernie doing so.
Is there something wrong with my outfit?
It's alright, yes.
Look, just take sorry, what's up? So long as you can afford it.
How much?
What I said. Don't worry, so listen. There's an underground policy if you want to turn.
Very friendly?
Yeah.
Alright.
That's what'll already let fighters inside. You should hurry. Run along.
Alright. We got Hell House to fight.
What have we gotten ourselves into?
Nothing good. I wouldn't expect a fair fight in this town.
Think we can win it all?
That's one thing I'm definitely sure of.
I appreciate the confidence, just don't get too cocky, okay?
The doors are now open for tonight's Corneo Cup.
What's this?
Dean, no.
Yes, 2:30. I need to get it up.
Alright, need it. Head to the waiting area down below.
Now, who thinks we can get some time back in this chapter?
Down, down, down we go. So, how deep does this thing go, you think?
How deep is your love?
I wonder how many people are fighting. Hey, you're not nervous, are you?
Nope.
Really? You're even more quiet than usual.
Just trying to focus. Like you should.
Hey!
Ouch, what happened to you?
Just need a little surround. Guys, I don't want to scare you.
Cloud, Darren, please make your way. The very way to keep it back out now.
You two ready? Try not to get yourself killed.
Yep, trying not to get myself killed.
What a completely unexpected turn of events! And the winners of our match are Cloud and Aerith!
Well, that's went down. What's wrong?
The rules don't make sense.
Yeah, true.
No, put it back. Better to expect the worst.
Well, that was some bullshit.
That's what the party rock. Just remember, try not to die.
Please make your way to it.
That was a bit bad. I've had it before where I've hit every single one of them in one go. So it was unfortunate.
I don't remember how many exactly, but
Does this mean I don't gossip like that?
Cloud and Aerith. The final match.
Man, you proved me wrong. I'm next. Got a lot of money running on YouTube. Wait for me.
Lady!
That'll do, donkey. That'll do.
And the winners of the Corneo Cup, the deadly and dynamic duo, Cloud and Aerith!
My condolences. Go on now. That prize money is going to be.
Watching you guys ready to kick ass? It's not even. Show them what you got.
Is there a particular thing this is weak to? I don't think it's fire. For... I really like the fact they emphasised this fight because I feel like it was very underplayed for the random enemy you saw in Final Fantasy VII. Okay, he doesn't like fire.
There you are. So M1 was also called Big.
Alright, Hell House done. So go and get the outfit, go speak to Sam, go back, then go and do the thing. Maybe. Oh, but let's just like get caught on all this stuff.
You're here. Just one thing for you. The hell person puts up. Alright, like once you change, you won't. Alright then. In the meantime, there are things you know you know and forgot have been some new so I went and had chat.
Hey, what asked you?
There's some Fiona. This is the perfect personality for the love boy. I am started. Ouch. Well, Pete, I'll put your eye.
Alright, now remember this time not just to try and walk back in the door, let's go straight to Sam. Then go back.
And it all leads back. This is where they said
Howdy, I'm just looking at this. I know I can see why. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Knowing the way that this is written, I got a few songs. You have yourself a grand time tonight, Mr. Mark.
Step right up, step right up. Relax, man. Relax.
No! Take a deep breath. I heard Corneo was gonna. I just. Well, I do.
Hey, look, bro. I can call you bro, right?
Nope.
No.
Just want to say, bro, that I'm totally relieved that you're looking out for Tifa.
Wasn't this the guy that Excel was on about who's always in his runs? Johnny's voice? Is that...
The way you fight, bro, is like poetry and violence. Bing, bing, whoosh, whoosh. You know? I really wish I could be just like you. My problem is that I tend... Well, this is it for me. Holy crazy, but... Yes, sir.
What's the point of even going up here, though?
Yeah, it's fair. By the way, you're stuck at it. I was asking for permission. Wouldn't try if I were you. If you would think about and ask someone, might work when being submitted. You're in the bombs world. Anyway, you got some time. You're sure you want to go club? If I were you, I would.
I mean, surely we would have guessed that it was only for one person to be entered. Like...
Look at you all dolled up and fabulous. Where are you headed?
Well, what do we have here? You're quite the pretty little lady.
Hey, I see the way you're looking at her.
I was looking to confirm what I already knew. There is no one.
Hey there, cutie. Where you headed? Why don't you let me buy you a cup of coffee?
She must not have a lot of money on the fly.
I give her a B for effort. That dress was completely overshadowing her. She's full like the flowers.
Why are we here?
To see the honeybee in recycling month, it'll be fun.
What?
It's be red, trust me, this is gonna work. Come on! Don't
Wait.
Vote him to stop. You're talking about a member Saturday, so I say we murder right him. Explain the situation.
So, good evening. Welcome to the Here's Sandra. You must be Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, I've been instructed to the station. One ambassador. Straight.
I've dreamt of this moment. The honeybee inn.
And here's the randomly chosen by our honored guest. Come on.
Okay.
You tried.
Honey, I'm in love. Yes. Yes, I will transform you into a vision of beauty. Now, without further ado, let us begin! That show today blew my mind!
Hey, look at me. I could dance too. How much did you drink tonight?
Over
I
here.
can't help
How
it.
about
It was
you drink? We
amazing.
can talk. Was it planned from the start?
Probably not. Did you see their look of surprise?
That was the best performance I've seen hands down.
Please don't. Not a word.
How you been, man?
Whoa.
You're so me.
So close.
I tried it again. Spent my whole Whoa. It's still my heart.
There you go again. Stop looking at other girls.
Whoa, that is one hot chick.
No way.
Here you are. Let us.
Serious?
Is there a problem?
I hope you know it.
Oh, we'll be fine.
If you say so. Come.
The two of you here for the audition? Second floor, at the very end of the walk. And don't go poking your nose in where it doesn't belong.
I'd let her do things to me.
Room's at the end. Keep walking.
So what happens now?
I know.
For us when it's time.
Hopefully we've got some time saved back here. Who knows? I know some of your favourite parts.
Well,
Now, ladies, listen up. I'm sure you're still feeling a bit woozy, but tonight's audition's about to begin. Head out the door to the left and up the stairs. Come on, ladies, let's hustle.
All right, guys. Let's do this.
do you want to do this?
Okay, let's go rescue Cloud.
Corneo's room, right?
Better hurry.
Man, I'd love to spend some quality time with girls like that.
Bet they're
An interesting tune.
Lucky bastard. What are you doing here?
All
Hey,
set.
ain't you doing the reflex?
Damn it!
That's a
Go. All right.
Go on! This one's for you!
Buzz off.
Too bright? Get him!
I knew it. These homes are all connected.
What is it?
I'm pretty sure we can use these sewers under
No one knows lessons?
an avalanche thing, emergencies.
All right. Sewer time, and then through to the
There should be a
graveyard.
waterway just up ahead. Let's find that first.
Lead the way.
Bring it.
Roar!
Jittery? Moving on then.
Ugh, it reeks down here. Well, the Undercity isn't exactly the prettiest place, and we're under that, so...
Still not sure if I actually have to do that, but I think I do.
Won't be tough.
Of course not. Don't think you'll walk away from this.
Let's go. Won't be tough.
Of course not. You're gonna feel this one. Get him!
That's the way to do it.
That was clean. All right, now I'm gonna do the slow walk in the dark.
I'm sure we'll be fine. Come on. Hey, Cloud. Assuming Corneo was telling us the truth, what do you think Shinra's really up to? I mean, they've got to have an endgame. But I can't
Most likely, yeah.
imagine what it is. Destroying a whole chunk of the city just to get back at us doesn't make any kind of sense.
Yeah. I can't imagine any way they could profit from it. It's gonna cost them a fortune to rebuild.
Corneo's lying. He's gotta be. Guys?
Locked up tight.
Huh.
Pussy.
Right, through there. Let's get the lights on.
That's a power generator, all right.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's an antique. Older than the Mako reactors.
Hey, would you look at that?
And let there be light.
You asked for it! Huh? Glad that's over.
Ironically, the whole use of the magnifier is coming in a lot more use than I. That's why I abuse triple slash, because okay, I need to attack multiple things at once. Duh.
This it?
It worked!
Come on, get a shift on. Get your groove down, get your groove down, come on. Yeah, let's walk a bit slower.
Wait, I know this place.
So this is for Sector 6.
And for Sector 7.
Have you heard anything?
Let's try to we can do this. Yeah, for sure.
I won't lose. Okay, let's head!
That's a win.
nothing.
Would kill for a shower.
Try to stay behind me.
And we're safe.
Let's not forget to do this time.
Let's end this quick.
Not a problem. Let me...
Keep those gloves up.
Sure thing, Coach. Alright, now to across.
I'll go first, okay?
I think it's just the fight with Abzu now, and then with chapter 10 is done, I think. So let's try and get a decent fight with Abzu. Can we get a shift done, please? Pretty please? Should get the move on. Actually, it's this way. I'm sure it is. I think. I could be wrong. Nope, I was right. Haha. Pretty sure I did that. I did that last time where I went for a wander by accident. I think. I mean, I could be wrong. Did going this way.
Try to stay behind me.
That way I can cover your back.
Oh, let's go.
That's a win.
Don't you mean
Get him!
so long?
It's over. You're good at this.
Told you so.
Oh, this part.
That must be the way out.
Oh no, it's not a fight again. So we fight Abzu later.
We can lower the water level. Seventh heaven.
Hey, Cloud.
This ought to drain the water.
Alright, like we can use the hand. I remember how to do it. Eric, come on,
Wait, I'm not sure.
Trust me, this is a puzzle back soon.
Alright, here goes skill issue time.
So maybe this is a little different from the med bar. Or industrial?
Here goes.
Spectacular!
Okay. These things are gonna happen. This one's not going to. Gotcha. We got that one first time. That's just not the second one. That kind of sucks.
Okay, let's head back. Cloud's probably getting worried.
All right, go, go, go.
If this is what you want, the minute I be out.
Scatter.
All set. Stop. Get him.
Glad that's over.
Leave this to me.
No more games. It's over.
Calling wind.
Let me.
Was never in doubt.
Sure is nice to go up.
Hope the pillar's not much further.
How?
You jittery? Get him. Bring it.
Roar.
Boo. Get right in there.
We could get lost in here.
Okay.
This is the train graveyard, all right. A real treasure trove of scrap. Sector 7 should be just past that large maintenance facility over there. I vote we stay in the light so we can see where we're going.
Dark, dark everywhere.
That it?
It's deserted. Look around for often, and not just because of what kind. Everyone seems to those who lose their way out there.
Is that right?
I mean, it's
Let's hurry.
Well, this isn't good.
Calling wind.
worked up a good sweat.
Yep, definitely.
What was that?
I think I just heard a little kid. Did you guys hear it too?
Why would there be kids out here this late?
What? And
Alright, so we've got the Ghoul to fight in this part, and then we've got Elagor. I haven't looked at the fight for Elagor, but I think that's one I do need to look at because that one's a bit messy.
Can't afford to lose focus.
How?
You jittery? Get him!
Every time. Always gonna be one lad that memes me. Always gonna be one. Come on. That wasn't the greatest. I guess I should really stop and see where those enemies spawn, because there always some that spawn behind and in front.
Alright, let's see what's inside.
Go, go, go.
What was that? Look! Over there!
Keep your cool.
No need to worry. Too late.
That's that.
I got you.
Okay. Guess it doesn't matter to... Oh, actually, no, it does matter because we want to be down here so you can do that.
What now?
Two. Let's go.
Guess the crane's up there.
Pardon me. Go, go, go. Now if I do this, wait for them to spawn after I go to the door, if thingy wasn't in the way, I should be able to just do this from here.
I found you.
Must have been literally the last second. The other one died, so that one must have run out because that must have been out first. Shame. The plan was sound.
Do you think there's more in here?
Looks like. Aha! Found you.
How?
Too bright?
Anybody got much planned for the weekend? I'll be taking Saturday night off and spend it with Miss Gordo. That's for guaranteed. I mean, doing much for their Valentines.
Don't think you'll walk away from this! Go on! Giving it my all!
Come on, go, go, go.
Back in it.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's the for the next runs. Before I do another full run, I think I'm going to study some of the boss fights.
Ever find their way back home again. What do you guys think would have happened if they'd caught us?
I wonder. Maybe they're the ones who were caught.
Can we just drop the hole?
What if they're trapped here and can't leave?
246. We've still got a few trains to move yet.
Nothing you need to worry about. Let's get going.
It's moving.
Maybe now we can get to the other side.
We could always run away, right?
Storm's coming.
You're jittery? That's that. It's over.
No turning back. How?
That's a win. This path is blocked too, but we're so close I can see it.
Hey, do you think these trains might still run?
Could give it a try.
Right. Down, up ladder. Let's go. We got two more, I think one more train to move, I think.
Why am I not surprised?
Alright, then we head over here, up this way.
Come on,
I'm with you. Go, let's go.
let's do this.
No surprises there. I wonder if some of the cars here can still move.
Right. Up this way. And then we hop down and there's boss fight.
Go on.
How do we hurt it?
Scatter.
Too bad. Load!
Roar.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. And it is just there.
You're done.
Let me get him!
Onto the pillar we go.
I'm getting sick of this. Don't they have anything better to do?
Tell me about it. See how hard we got hit over here?
Shit! What's wrong with these people? This is Echo 1. What the? Avalanche? Hostile contact.
Don't think you're gonna get away with it.
Scatter! Calling wind.
Could have been better, but we'll go with it. What? Oh, we can't go. Yeah, we can go that way. Is any? Oh, come on! Don't walk. Oh, that's my fault. I wondered if it was shorter. It's not. You just go the left way. Go left. Don't be stupid. If in doubt, don't try it out.
Calling fire.
Should have just flew up there. Not flew up there. Climb up the ladders here. The stairs here, should I say? Ladders, stairs, things. You know, all the things I'm not saying in form of wordings. There we go. Yeah, that's better.
You guys can't stay here! Come on, come on! Hey, let us through! How else are we supposed to get to Wall Market?
Sector 7, please! We need to get as far away from Sector 7 as possible, right now! Go to Sector 5 or 6! Anybody? You all have...
I've got to get to 7th Heaven. That's it.
Oh god, look out!
Marlene.
Leg it.
Damn it! How the hell did they expect us to escape? There's a way out!
Gotta get through. Gotta find a way.
What the hell was that explosion about?
We need to get as far away from here as we can. We need to get out of here right now.
Yeah, just keep pushing me, the person carrying the jar. Yeah, of course. Scumbags.
No need to rush. Steady now.
You should just stay here for your inhumanity.
Come on, we've got to go too.
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me.
We can get through this. We just have to work together. Get to Wall Market now. It's too dangerous here. Spike. Stop. That way's already...
Why is this happening
I need to get
us?
through. This is it. It has
Almost
to go
there.
back. There's still...
No, it's not worth it.
Ah!
Confirm. Thunderbird locked.
Let's see at me, bitches. How dare you?
Please be okay. Hold on, Marlene. I'm coming for you.
Come on. Go, get a jog on.
You're Marlene, right? Tell you what, we'll grow lots of flowers at your new house.
Do you think that I could help too?
Of course you can. Hey, what's your...
Where's Eric?
I sent her to Southern Temple to get Marlene out.
And Wedge?
Show for it. We can still stop this, right?
Yeah.
Then let's keep moving.
And where do you think you're going?
Stay sharp.
You don't need to tell me twice.
Well, if
Through this way? Yep.
that's fine by me.
Stop. No more games. It's over.
Yeah, you better run. Come out wherever the hell you are.
Let's do this. You asked for it.
Just gotta wait for these.
What? Seems we've lost control of the top floor. Huh? Our guys are seriously struggling to take down these assholes?
Anyway, we may need to intervene personally.
Whatever you say, partner. Keep them busy, will ya?
Okay, let's go.
Thank you.
I won't give up. Don't think you'll walk away from this. Watch yourself. Let's do this. I got it.
That it? No escape.
Bye.
Alright, that was a bit poor. I forgot there were so many enemies there. Alright, let's get shift them. I sense a sexy, frustrated man.
It's over. Let me handle this. It's on you.
I got this.
Bring in the heat.
That was a bit poor.
I see you're doing it. It's on.
Check out this shit right here.
Okay, let's go.
That's nice of you. Thanks for that.
Reload. Storm's coming.
Damn it.
I was going to join anyway.
Anything you can walk away from. Come on, let's teach you a two-step.
Let me handle it. Watch yourself.
Suck now!
How?
We don't get the hell out of here right now, Wendy.
It happens regardless.
Hey! Anybody out there?
Barrett! I think I hear him up ahead.
Here goes.
And push!
How could this happen?
I'm trying to remember this chapter. I mean, this is Barrett. Yeah, this is Barrett's one. This is finishes when the specimen dies, I think.
It's like there's a hole in the sky.
Wait. Over there.
What the hell are they doing?
Their jobs, probably. Just focus on seeing Marlene again.
Is it true that Sector 7's pretty much destroyed?
You guys run into Jesse at the pillar?
Yeah, Biggs too. They were both in pretty bad shape. But Wedge wasn't up there with them. He got out.
All right.
That he did. Good old Wedge.
I've been thinking, y'all. We gotta go find the others.
Huh?
If we don't look for them, who will?
Right.
Hey, Cloud. Gonna need your help with it, too.
Right.
It's really gone. My ears are still ringing from it.
This is Sector 5, right? So where's this place you said Marlene is?
Where I think she is. It's a house on the other side of town.
But come on then, pick up the pace.
I'm going as fast as you are.
There was this rumbling, and then all of a sudden...
I mean, I'd like to say I'm pleased with the run thus far, regardless of how it turns out.
That's the house.
Marlene! Marlene! Where's Marlene?
Keep it down. Don't wake her.
The main entrance to Sector 7 is buried under rubble now. So how are we supposed to get back inside?
Underground passage in the park.
Don't you worry, we know the way.
But how do we get to the park?
I know another way to get there. Aerith showed me before.
This ancient girl knows her stuff. Didn't mean anything by it.
I swear.
Oh.
My ears are still ringing from it.
This kind of thing isn't supposed to happen.
Over there.
I know, I know.
Alright, let's keep moving.
Howdy, Papa Shades. Welcome in, sir. How have you been, mate?
Won't be tough.
Of course not. I got this.
Would kill for a shower.
Let's just down this way. No, we're going this way.
There.
Listen to me. I already said that way. What are you talking to yourself for? I already said that. All of that. Right now. You just didn't hear it. Why not listening?
Ain't this some crazy shit?
Let's get it done.
Okay, did not get as much distance there.
Keep it up, man.
So don't press down, no, I pressed up, so I press down, I guess.
We doing this or what? Let me handle it.
Every last one of you is going down.
That's right.
Through this way.
You really want to throw down with me?
This one. I got this. Let me.
That'll do.
Not bad.
How you doing, Papa Shades? How goes the quest? The 7th quest. Not that way. Did that last time.
Keep it up, man.
Yeah, you too.
We do this fast.
All set.
Not so bad. You want to come here? You'll need to provide due compensation.
You're out.
Again? Oh shit!
I got
Never
this.
mind. We go way back.
Gotcha. Here.
A little bit rough there.
Finally.
Don't think you'll walk away from this.
Dun, dun, dun. That's right, Barrett. That's right.
I'm almost afraid to go back. To see it with my own eyes.
Tifa.
I'm good and not too bad. I think I'm on the 6th or 7th island so far. Nice, nice. How much more is left of it, mate? Looks like a solid little game, to be honest. I say it's patronising, but you know, because we're all little people. It's not, but you know what I mean. I'm not sure how large the game is. I haven't particularly played that one myself. I haven't played any Dragon Quest in ages, to be fair.
This is bad.
Heading down. Yes. Alright, so this section here we're going to be playing as Barret.
Finally, I could use some fresh air.
Sector 6 is right over there. We just need to walk a little bit longer, that's all.
Oh, nice, nice. How in depth is the job and class system in that game?
That one was a lot closer.
I suppose you're
Hello!
right. This was pretty
Is there
early.
anyone out there that
And
needs
it's
some
not
help?
like we had a lot of money saved.
Hello! Anybody out there? If you can hear me, say something!
So when you play the you know, the original version of this doesn't hit as hard. Like, yeah, okay, stuff went wrong, but you know, it's not delayed. It wasn't delivering the same cinematic kind of thing. You know, all these macro reactors blowing up and stuff like that, and the aftermath that goes with them. I think this kind of stuff where it really sells the story, and then you've got the instrumentals like now. I think this is one of my particular favourite ones from the game. Just that piano. Nice, yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure. I'm not right in saying that FF is derived from some levels of Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest is older than FF, right? Or is that a misinformation that somebody gave me?
Hey! We're coming down! Stay right.
Also, if everybody has a spare tab, can we get a shout out for Reaper of the Dark Realms? Let's give him a shout. I think he's doing Warframe, but you know the drill here.
If there's no path, you gotta make one. Hang in there.
Alright, don't do that too much, okay.
You really wanna throw down with me?
His roll. His roll is just awful.
You really wanna throw down with me? And there you have it.
Okay. Like a year and a half. Okay, so there's not much in it then.
How long it take 'em to build all this beneath our feet? See ya! Gonna make your eyeballs pop.
Yeah, okay, use the spells.
And don't come back. Man, you'd think they dug halfway to hell. You going down, one way or another. And there you have it.
Why do I feel like this is the wrong way? It is. I knew it. As soon as I did it. The 1986 FF was like 1987. Alright. So there's a bit of time loss.
You really want to throw down with me? Huh. And don't come back. You really want to throw down with me?
You know, do you really want to throw down with him?
Another one in the bag. Just no escaping them, is there?
Alright, still got a bit of a way to go yet.
You really want to throw down with me? Huh. I'm really going to enjoy burning it all down. Tifa! Hey! Tifa! You okay?
To tell you the truth, not really. I think there's a nest around here somewhere. Can you take care of it?
I got you. Ooh. Rah!
Go, go, go.
Where's Cloud?
I don't know.
Well, he can take care of himself. We've got bigger issues.
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks.
All right. Gotta go find Wade. Come on.
Okay, go, go, go. Oh, come on. We didn't get far enough away.
If I gotta climb another damn ladder. Hope you don't mind if I fill you full of holes.
Come on, Barret. Finish it up.
It's on you.
No, just shoot the main body. Seriously. Alright, I think we bled some time there.
Of course he is. He's a lot tougher than people think. Probably sleeping soundly. Not his cat.
We should treat him to a nice meal when he gets back. His choice.
Thank you. I think that might make up for it. We'll see.
You good? Watch yourself.
Check out this shit right here.
I got it.
This is ridiculous.
Okay, cover me.
It's using its friends as weapons?
Choke on it, asshole!
Seriously? All set. Gotcha. Giving it my all.
Didn't mean to do that. Never mind.
You're up.
Check out this shit right here. Bang, bang!
Damn it! Gotcha. That's bingo. Heads up.
do not recall when this chapter finishes. Actually, no, I do. I know when chapter 14 starts, it should be fine.
I want you to take Wedge back for me. I'm gonna look around for the others. He made it, didn't he? They could still be alive.
Okay, okay. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. I think for Barrett's section, I would swap the magnifying to him. I actually think I'd take a menu there to put the magnifying him as he runs through. I think it's quicker than using his thingies, overcharge and all that stuff. Might be something to remember.
So, how are we supposed to get topside? With everything that's happened, the trains still aren't running.
Well, we could walk along the tracks.
The city's on high alert. All the roads and public transit have probably been locked down by now.
So what's the plan then? You know another way up?
No, but
Alright, chapter 14. Yeah, I remember this one. This is the sewers. No, take the shorter route. Don't run all the way out, all the way over there for no reason.
My fellow grounders, listen up, because boy do I have some news.
This is Far's piece. This chapter's side quests suck. They're so long-winded.
Hey, you, man, I'm gonna call you. Listen, I hate that four things were so untrue around here. But, huh? Oh, they're missing all. Come on, let's take some food in their bellies. Good luck.
Let's get a move on.
Do we really have to deal with Corneo again?
Got no other choice.
What? Did you guys get in?
Took the long way again.
I don't want to talk about it.
Didn't need to circle that far around.
Don't recall.
The Coliseum is open for business and hungry for... I heard Don Corneo.
Come on. I really don't understand the whole why bit, enter into things. Like, just let me press Y. Well, I don't need to hold it for. Like, see, that's a press Y right there. This might be a press Y right here. That's a press Y right there. Those are good Ys. We like those Ys. Right.
You guys ready? Okay, follow.
Head for the trunk line.
You really boy. I'll follow short this time.
Yeah, yeah, of course, of course. Whatever you say.
Easy now.
Arrow didn't kill that time?
Whatever, man. Let's go.
Interesting. Interesting. Are you picking up, Papa Shade, are you picking up Requiem?
You ready?
You asked for it.
Sweet. We like it when we can flee through the entire thing. That's always nice.
Ain't nothing to worry about.
Not a bit.
I agree. I agree, Barrett. No, I couldn't say that better myself. Could not have said it better.
I got
Nothing's gonna stop us.
You would say that.
This way.
The mark of avalanche. Right. Jesse and Big stashed a skeleton key down here.
I never got the key. Let's keep moving.
Hey, did interrupt.
Yeah, we heard you. Made it. About time.
This way. There should be a door with Cornelius.
What was I saying? Oh, I was asking if you was picking up Requiem, mate. And no, at the moment things are looking okay-ish. I don't know. I'm quite happy overall.
Hey, wasn't this locked before?
Your attention.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I ask something? What did you help us out with?
Drea,
Is that really it?
I can bring myself.
Huh?
Doesn't matter. Let's go.
Right, let's get these done.
Take him out.
Oh, we're done here.
Yeah, things are a lot cleaner with some of that stuff. 100%.
I'll take the lead.
Is it? Bastard went that way.
Don't lose him!
Bingo! Take that! Yeah! See ya! Yeah! Ha! Yeah!
Come on. Thank you. A little bit slow there, but we'll go with it. We'll go with it.
Where the hell did that thing run off to?
Give him hell.
You're gonna feel this one!
We didn't get far enough away to teleport. That's fine. Still killed him quick. That'll do. Hey, dear mate. Not like we couldn't have caught this thing 100 times already.
All set! Bye!
Can you... Barrett, you have a gun, mate. Just use it. Alright, don't be that guy. Be useful, Barrett. Don't be like Barrett, folks. Barrett has a gun. Barrett doesn't use gun.
Likewise.
Let's finish this!
Did not mean to do that. We are fumbling stuff.
Maybe dial it back a little?
It's fine.
Ain't nothing we can't handle.
Gotta work together!
So, gonna make us work.
This is New Game Plus, yeah.
I'm not gonna hurt you.
No, I'm not this overpowered in New Game. Papa Shades. I started with New Game Plus for the routing more than anything, just to kind of get used to. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm a bit slow, but
You're good at this.
thank you.
Told you so.
Give it back!
Boom, boom.
Best do it right.
I know a shortcut. Follow me.
No, you follow me.
That twisted piece of shit. I'm gonna enjoy beating him to a pulp.
Corneo's mine, and mine alone.
Huh?
Please.
Fine.
Who thinks you could, like, we could have split up and gone from either side of this and then cornered it a lot quicker? For sure. Bum 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 bum. Okay, Zoo set another thing for me to beat. 144.05. Interesting.
Think the kid's gonna be okay going it alone?
Storm's coming.
All set. There. Bingo. Yeah. There. Yeah. Ha. Watch yourself.
Got a whole heap of lead with your name on it.
You're mine. Let's do this. Calling lightning.
Okay, boo, we didn't get it closer to the door. Do 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 do.
Ready to do this? Once we start up that wall. You know, sure you want to go now?
All right.
Gotta be careful. No telling what's gonna collapse or when.
Bobby, where did Daddy go?
Don't worry, sweetie. Everything will be okay.
Let's get a move on.
Why did this have to happen?
Hey,
A friend of ours needs help.
it's too dangerous for you, mate.
Just try to be careful.
That would be fine. What's the worst that can happen? A helicopter turns up and starts shooting us repeatedly while flying through the sky. A bunch of men chase us around trying to kill us. Yeah.
Roar!
That's a win.
What do I think, Papa Shades? An improvement, right? We're definitely moving in the right direction, so to speak.
Give them hell.
The limit and beyond.
Going in. No escape.
Okay, that was unfortunate.
Let's keep it up.
I bloody hope so. I think I'd be I think I'd have right to be annoyed if I lose a PB at this point.
We've made it through worse, you know.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a miracle we haven't been killed a dozen times over by now. It's a dead end.
Wonder if this rope belongs to search and rescue. Time for the ground up. Try to get
Don't fall out there.
Just
I see a rope hanging off the top there.
Alright, some enemies pop out from behind there, if I remember rightly. Just, come on. Alright. Get back to using other people's abilities more. Arrow's not cutting out just at the moment. Not on its lonesome. Was earlier, not so much now. So I need to remember that.
Why don't we use our grappling guns to get up there? Jump over all this shit.
Not much choice.
There's no escape, it's on you.
Over here! Surround him!
Calling in. How? You're done. Roar! I'll end this.
They'll be coming close now.
Alright, that was better than the last time. Still not great. That one, that definitely needs some sort of better setup or an idea of what I need to take out at least. Alright, up this way.
That it?
I won't give up.
Calling wind.
Doggone it, asshole! You in trouble now. That was pretty.
Right, if we go up here... There we go.
Give it all you got.
Don't think you'll walk away from this.
Always do.
That thunder out here? Let's move, move!
Not so fast.
Damn it. If any of this crumbles, we're all going down.
You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. Oh, it's up the ladder. I thought I'd messed up there last time. I was like, okay, it's not up the ladder. It's up the ladder. It's round this way. That's where I messed up. I was just a little bit premature with it. It happens to the best of us. Seek medical help.
Just thinking about busting into Shinra HQ's got me fired up.
Save some for later.
No need, son. I've got more than enough to keep me going today.
Oh, the AI just tends to forget who they are. Barrett's like, is this a gun or a plushie? He just stands there with it, like, I feel like me and Shinra people could be friends.
Look down. Just keep going. Don't look down. Don't look down.
Coming through.
Out of our way! I got you!
Check out this shit right here!
Can we...
Not bad.
Stupid Drake, living on nothing, living on a prayer.
Focus. Storm's coming.
Would kill for a shower.
Now this part I don't know if there's a particular strat in place for it to like get past this gun thing, because every time I just get cooked. I will do this now.
You want some of this? Then come get it.
Don't think you'll walk away from this!
That was pretty damn good, huh?
Let's keep it up.
It went bad. It went bad. I like the little thing for that. I think that's big enough.
Always do. Keep those gloves up.
Sure thing, Coach.
We're almost at the top.
Cloud.
Alright, time for Crash Bandicoot time. Oh, come on. Time to do it quicker.
Run, damn it, run! Move your ass! Shit, look out!
Don't think you'll walk away from this!
That's all.
Let's be smart. There. Calling lightning.
Okay, let's go!
What the hell? Gonna make it hurt, don't it?
All set! Giving it my all!
We'll take that.
Security's looking pretty tight.
Huh. so they know what they're up against.
Somehow, I don't think it's all for us. Could be for.
I thought so too, Papa. I thought so too. I probably could have been a little bit quicker in that places. I didn't have the ATBs where I needed to, but I think managing them a little better, it could be quicker, possibly, maybe. But it felt okay-ish. There's definitely something rewarding when you know when a fight goes like as you expect it to.
We need to be smart.
Yeah, but my soul's screaming for payback, you know? I'm a ticking time bomb, and sooner or later, I'm gonna have to blow up.
Well, then maybe later. Stay sharp.
You don't need to tell me twice.
Hey, what's going on? Cover your hands.
You're up.
Calling wind.
I got this.
It's feeling like a proper party now.
Let's keep moving. Should be a service entrance in the back.
There's no escape. It's on you.
Yo, golden asshole!
All set.
It's over.
Oh, come on. That wasn't great, but okay. We're gonna have pieces like that. We're gonna have pieces like that.
Time to go wild.
Let's finish this. You're mine. Let's finish this. That it?
I got it.
Getting really sleepy.
Coming at you hard.
That was not smooth. They got Tifa suffering to sleep pots.
Come on. We need to move.
Damn Elden Ring leaking into this game.
This building's incredible.
A shining monument to corporate greed. One of these days, I'm gonna tear it down and burn the rubble.
But not today.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but
shit.
Let's just keep heading up.
I don't know if I'm supposed to wait for a trigger there or I should have just walked up.
Either the elevator or the emergency stairwell.
Isn't the lab we're looking for on one of the top floors? I vote we take the elevator. Don't get upstairs with us.
okay, guys. Wish me luck.
You be careful.
Aren't
I really wish there was a way where we didn't have to just do the purposeful. Well, you know, why?
Tifa!
Oh shit! Tifa!
Are you okay?
I thought it was dead for sure. Hand over hand.
You watch the actual strat and the runs is to take the stairs. Oh, that's annoying.
This isn't so bad. Pretty close now. Just need to make it over there.
One bit early. Oh, come on.
Almost there. Just need to get across those platforms.
Let's go.
I think it's just the time drain in general. Like, there's just nothing. I don't think you can do. Well, I mean, you can mess things up because you can mess the inputs where you're turning on things. So yeah, you could just like lose time for the most idiotic things. So yeah, basically, Pub Shades. It seems that way.
You must be here for visitors have asked you will proceed and work by the exit of each way by allowing you to navigate your
I hope they got
I don't know about you. Yeah, I do.
If it is, then bring it. Man, why we gotta get all these damn key cards just to get anywhere?
This is Shinra HQ. The hell did you expect?
Says the former company man himself. Guess you'd know about all the rules, regulations, and red tape. It's like coming home, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I just threw up a little.
Man thinks very highly of himself.
I don't even remember. So I think yesterday, I think I went for a stroll instead of going to the correct place.
Hey everybody! How's the grand tour? I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Wasn't it fun to learn about Shinra and our esteemed president? And to get a peek at the president's mementos? That was super cool!
Mm-hmm.
Now, moving along. The next exhibit will teach you about the important work we do here, by giving you a closer look at each of our divisions. I hope you're ready to be amazed, because you simply won't believe all the exciting adventures we have here.
I am indeed. Wow.
Because we've destroyed a bunch of them already.
How's it going, Wicked, mate?
I hope you enjoyed learning about our divisions and the wonderful ideas and solutions that are produced to benefit us all. Here at Shinra, we strive to ensure the safety of all residents around the clock.
Means I'm just still going to do the race the 21st. Because if anyone wants to join, the more the merrier. Well, I think we kind of need a third. Because Sancho's just going to stomp you.
The next exhibit will teach you all about the mirror
Because Sancho's my prodigy.
and our reactors, as well as the city of Midgard itself.
And you haven't practiced shit.
Congratulations! Now, moving along.
Don't know about that. I don't know about that, mate. Not sure about that at all.
We showcase Shinra's cutting-edge technology through an immersive visual and audio experience. Please relax and enjoy the show.
Oh, days. This rookie.
Congratulations! Your mission next. Please make your way. What the?
This damn rookie. No one's concerned about the fights and winning them.
If you think you got it now,
That's not the concern, mate. It's going quick. That's the precedent to it. El Presidente.
I still can't believe the mayor is working with Avalanche.
Would have been nice to know. Idiots at HQ should have kept us in the loop.
Mayor, explosive.
Like, you can win the fights, but you gotta keep pace with Sancho and Pappy Knowles. And that's not me. I haven't been giving him any extra tips in that. He asked me some input on one thing. Other than that, he's been learning the run.
But I bet people are still here dealing with the aftermath of Sector 7.
It's their own damn fault.
I'll remember that when I'm commentating.
Where are you, Mr. Collaborator?
I think we just need to start talking to people who look the part.
Remember, say mayor.
If they say the best, then we have a winner.
The hell's that?
Combat sim. You can use it to train for battle in a virtual space.
Just training in it.
Watch me get stomped first minute by Mayo. I mean, you're most likely going to take a hit. But it doesn't matter. You're not doing hitless. You know.
We have a state of the art. If you beat the sim, then the key card is all yours.
Well, if you manage hitless, you won't.
Need a breather.
That was terrible fun. Absolutely horrendous. I want to have the faith in you. I want to say that you can do it. I want to say I believe in you. But I also don't want to blow smoke at your ass.
Alright, I've seen it here. Steve Arms are up there.
We can't go up a fast
Lab. Access to RD's limit.
We'll find a way in.
A board meeting is scheduled to be held in the main company.
If you like surprises, we can even take the president.
Try at security.
You can defend double there.
So you want to spy their meeting? You can climb to the end of.
Thanks for the tip.
What is it all?
That's our first priority.
That's right. We only get one
Okay.
chance.
No worries.
Mojo should be at that board meeting, so that'll buy us some
Make it
time.
100.
We need to plan this just right.
But you gotta do it. You gotta still try and do it whilst you're racing. Because if you're gonna be there for 10 hours to do hitless, then that's a different story. That's just that's lame.
Where he should be.
What's the plan?
Little bit of recon.
Ask anyone here.
No thanks. We can find it on our own.
All right, I'll wait out here.
Huh?
Tifa.
Maybe. So, never mind. You're right. Oh, thank God. No one's.
I mean, I gotta appreciate your delusions of grandeur.
Come on, let's hit the duct.
Do you know like the goal time we should be hitting? What? A newbie entry time? Can you guess? Anybody got any guesses for him? I know the fastest like 2 hours. The fastest is 1 hour 47. My time is 1 hour 54. I'm currently 4th. Fastest on an expert is about 2 hours. Well, like 1 hour 58. But yeah, story is 147, mate. That is glitchless. No glitches are used at all. No warps. No manip on stats. No skipping areas.
This it?
I tell you, I saw it.
I mean, feel free to ask questions if you're unsure, mate. I've said to Sancho if he wants to ask questions as well, yeah, he can, but he's been doing his practice. He's working bits and pieces he goes. I feel like I'm gonna lose time on this split. Fair play, mate. Fair play. Like I said, happy to offer up input.
Or perhaps instead.
Don't think you'll walk like this. Let me
Hope you don't mind if I fill you full of holes.
Of all the time.
Story's coming.
Take it from here.
This is gonna sting!
all set. Heads up. Take that. Yeah. There's still escape.
Call wind.
I got this.
Fight through it.
Up we get. Come on. Whatever. Jesus Christ. That was not a good fight. That was actually an awful fight. Like, damn. Yeah, we will lose time for that one.
Just hang on. I'm coming.
Shake it off.
All set.
Got a whole heap of land.
Alright, a swing and a miss. Damn right, a swing and a miss. 100%. Gino? The camper? He knows Gino?
They have come again.
All right.
My mom and I's room looks exactly the same. Every morning I'm lying here alone.
Earth, before we break out of here, talk to us. There's so much we don't...
All right, let's keep at this, folks.
Anyway, we gotta get to the roof, right?
Then we can use the same elevator that Hojo did.
Remember, stop pushing past me. How rude.
That elevator. Was it this way?
All right, so let's talk seriousness for you now, Wicked. All right, because I want you to have fun doing so. I want you to show off some of the skills you said you've got. I mean, I'm gonna remain optimistic. All right, so that's my plan.
I got your number.
Which parts in the run do you feel like you are gonna struggle with? Like, who's your weak boss? Is it Paintress? Oh, you might want to just go.
Hell is this place?
Hojo's treasure. Shinra's dark secret.
What I wouldn't give to burn it all down. But we need to get to the roof.
No, I did that last time. Every time I go the wrong way.
Test subject pod? Guess I can use these.
that it?
Do 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 do.
Need a hand? Thanks. Calling wind. You okay? Yeah. Let's go.
Papa Shades, we should have got you involved in the race.
If you flip that switch.
I may be able to do
You sure?
Yes. Will this do the trick?
What kind of freak show have they got going on in here? Stay back!
Need a hand?
Yeah, right. Just have a little bit of fun, that's all.
For how long?
It took you to get in. Kiss my ass!
That's that. Scatter.
Gonna make your eyeballs pop. Coming at you hard fast.
Storm's coming.
Hey,
Yeah.
if you say so.
That's right. Plan.
First, if I should help it, something expecting to this. We just gotta roll with it. Come on, let's go.
The door seems to have locked. No going back.
Alright. On the final stretch, folks.
All right, now you're starting to impress me.
Be right there.
Alright. Go, 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 go.
I think there's something over there.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So help.
You two will be on your own.
Thanks, we will. Hey, you think Cloud's doing okay? He's been acting.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't get two magnifiers in this one, but you get two magnifiers in intermission.
Sure, I'll be fine. But what about you, Tifa? How are you holding up?
Huh? Oh, I guess this has to be the third ward, right?
Let's get this.
But it looks like the door's locked.
There has to be something we can do. Let's look around.
Gotcha.
That'll get them for them.
Look, no, they get it too.
Cloud, no. Cloud, we found the door.
All right.
About this preparation. I think we're supposed to do something.
Central terminal.
We were filling with some sort of control panel. Do you see it?
Do 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 do.
All right. We'll make our way to Central Terminal. Say hi to her first.
It's three. Number three.
Experiment.
Ward 3.
First find a passage that leads to the center.
Push him back.
Gonna do a lot more than that. Gonna make your eyeballs pop. Roar! Now that is what I call teamwork.
Agreed. How much of a big softy Barrett is now.
Wait a sec. Weren't the girls right by the door to the 3rd ward?
There are 4 switches. 1 for each ward.
Substitution procedure complete. Commencing test of augmented research specimen.
You need to warn the others. Tell them to be careful. Very careful.
Tifa, we accessed the central terminal. The door should be unlocked now.
Anyone oppose you?
We will. See you in a bit.
Laters.
We could always run away, right? The limit and beyond! Gotcha! Yeah! How shocking! Too bright? And we're safe.
Sup, Falafel? How we doing, sir? How the devil are we doing?
Place 4.
Go, go, go. We don't want to do sneaky, sneaky. We want to go quick.
Come on, really? Ha! There! You're gonna feel this one! There's still a case! Go on! Okay? One more shot! How shocking!
Not too bad. Guess who's going to back to Tofu runs? That's what I like to see. Now, do I still get my redemption if you get world record that you have to change your name to iHack for Tofu? You know, is that still a thing? Because it definitely should be a thing.
Let's do this! Don't think you'll walk away from this!
That sucked.
I got it!
Worked up a good sweat.
PB on us nice the other day. Nice, nice. Did you get that sub 56 that you lost the other day? Oh, 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 oh. I can't be doing things like that right now.
Look. Let's get across with those.
Yeah, what was your time in the end? Is it Res 2 Remake or old or yeah, it's Res 2 Remake you do knife only, right? I respect it. I respect it.
You're up! That's it! Here he comes!
I'm trained for this.
Get him! Too bright?
Sweet. That was nicely timed. This way. I had to think there for a second.
Is this really the exit? I hate that man, I really do.
Let's go, let's go. No time for all that nonsense.
I won't give up. Don't think you'll walk away from this. Get ready. Go on.
I think we're almost done.
How shocking.
It's nothing.
Here, take that.
Alright, I need a cleaner way to do that fights there, because that's just like slow as anything for some mediocre enemies. Hold it. Go, go, go.
You think now the others get across too?
Okay, so let's do this.
Hey, Cloud. We used the control.
Roger that.
So we want Ward 2, and then let's get across there.
You two stay there.
Okay. Be careful. careful.
Red, can you move, you fucking idiot? Swear to God, you fucking pleb. Who do you think you are?
Transfusion procedure complete. Commencing test of augmented research specimen.
Right, go, 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 go. And then there's just one more ward after this.
It stinks. More of Hojo's experience.
Got 56. Oh. Nice, that's nice. Of that fucking 2 seconds though, you had that sub 56. Ah, you got it in the bag another time.
We make a decent team.
I hope you're enjoying your experience.
Smashed it, mate. Have you not shared that in the share PBs part, mate? And that goes to all of you folks. Of course, yeah, I get that. Yeah, but don't forget, any of you like all your little celebrations, your runs and stuff like that, your little challenges on, share those PBs, share those stuff in the Discord. Let's populate some of those channels a bit.
Commencing test. All personnel must evacuate area. Commencing test.
Not going down without a fight.
Buzz off.
Coming at you hard and fast.
That's it.
Keep it coming. I'm ready.
I imagine it is. I imagine it is. I'm gonna be trying Resident Evil 8 with the lightsaber. That's gonna be my one of that.
My toys be broken, no matter how many times I've seen it happen. Such is the case when you truly enjoy your work. Now, for the next step.
There!
You mother.
After you. Need to heal up.
That was a forge.
We're going. Get up.
Oh no. Stairs. Stairs are the way to go. If in doubt, stairs it out.
Remind me, this ain't a hospital, is it?
Test subjects don't receive treatment. Bam!
Check out this shit right now.
Storm's coming. Going in. Now you scatter. Storm's coming.
Okay.
One step at a time, huh?
That's the third one done. Now onto the fourth ward.
what time it is.
Go this way.
I'll let Tifa and Aerith know.
What do you know? That's the door to the 4th ward.
If we want to get in, we'll need to go all the way back to the central terminal.
But the door we used to get here is shut, so what now?
The passages have to be connected somehow. Please.
Alright, take your time.
It's a PHS terminal. Call up Tifa. See if they can get to the central terminal. Hey, you okay out there?
Calling wind.
Get your ass out of here.
Right. On it. Tifa. Red fell to your level.
Oh no! Come on!
Oh no!
Nothing's gonna stop me. No more games. It's over. That's it.
Too much? You jittery?
What the?
You asshole.
Something. Go on.
Someone looks kind of shaky. We'll make it quick. Too much? Sorry, but I gotta.
Worked up a good sweat.
I don't want any trouble.
Gotcha. All set. Go on. There's Yora.
That wasn't so bad.
We have been scuffing some fights here. I imagine we're going to lose some time for sure. Just because we've scuffed a lot of fights.
Now, let's get this over with. This one's for you.
Enjoy the ride.
You jittery?
Now it's my turn.
What we got? So we got 4th ward. Then we've got Rufus. And then the thing for Barrett, the big fucking motor baller. What you call it? Oh, come on.
An elevator.
I'm gonna take your sweet ass time.
And it's not moving.
The professor still has plans for us, I presume.
For the record, I don't like this one bit.
All that remains is the 4th ward. We must trust in Cloud and Barrett to see it through.
You don't want to make me mad.
To the limit and beyond.
Sorry about that. Too much?
Okay, let's go.
See you around.
4th ward, this one.
Transfusion procedure complete. Commencing test to augment research specimen.
This was a good idea, right?
Yep.
Fantastic idea. What are you talking about?
There's the news.
Is that you?
Yeah,
Good.
but
Hojo did.
There's only one.
we unlocked it on.
Thanks. Wait for us there.
Right. Now we head back to that door. We made Wedge wait a while to be rescued.
Guess so.
You know, he really likes you.
Maybe.
Friendly guy, but he has a hard time opening up to people.
Well, That makes 2 of us.
He's got your back, though. Makes 2 of us.
Ah, Soppy Barrett. Wants to be my friend.
Calling lightning.
No more games! It's over! Watch yourself! Go on! I got it! Stay back! Yeah! Take that! How shocking! Yes, we got it to work.
Again, like Hell House, I like that being emphasized as a like a little sub boss.
We don't have all day, you know.
I think it might be locked from this side.
Nope, go that way straight away. Don't do what we did last time, which is climb down the ladders and all sorts.
What the hell going on?
We may find out soon. Let's go.
This way. Nope, this way. What are we doing? We're getting turned bloody around, that's what I'm doing.
So what's about this room?
The president's office, then the roof.
Wait, when we get in that elevator.
Ready.
The elevator back.
Come on.
Our unfinished business.
Of course.
I'm ready to do this. Let's go.
That you know, that music, simple, yeah. That's what I'm looking for. Imposing tune.
Where the hell is that bastard hiding?
And Sephiroth?
Wait, I can hear something.
Help me!
Hey! Hey! Is anyone out there?
No.
Please help me! Help me! Pull me up!
Are we going to?
It's an illusion.
One more shot! That's it! Gonna get windy! Gotcha! There! Let me handle this! And catch! I got this! Bingo! Gotcha! Gotcha! Loud shot pouring on! Come on! Take that! No escape! You jittery? There! Stay back!
No worries at all, dude. No worries. I know you've had a busy time at work. Appreciate you as always.
Storm's coming.
Enjoy the ride! This one's for you!
Alright, let's get involved. Easy, boss. You know it. Can you, like... Thank you. Because I've now got to get up there and fight bloody thingy, haven't I? Two more bosses to beat down.
Everyone okay?
No.
How? Let's do this. Scatter. Did you got my number?
Not at all. I'm making this win. Big thing I keep. Right. Of course. Keep it up.
Roar! Now it's just Lucas.
Let's make it a nice finish. Yeah, you should be on. Is that all? Seriously?
Here we go. Time to get serious. Any last words?
Barrier drones damaged. Operating main cannon safety protocols. Go on!
Now, it's right on.
Go on! Maybe this? That's it! Get him! You jittery?
Time to fry.
Too bright? You
Okay.
Grab his dick and twist it!
Oh my
I don't think he's got one.
You twist that dick!
Twist this dude!
Twist the dick!
Oh my god.
Oh, dick twist!
Choke on it, asshole!
How shocking! Get him!
Bang, bang. Hope you don't mind if I
Too bright? That's it! One more shot!
choke on it, asshole!
Lend me your strength. Stay strong and carry on. Go on!
Got a hole!
Take cover behind debris.
Okay. I don't think I want to pet that dog. Not the dog. I think that was it. Alright, folks. Let's go.
Ready? Never tried to.
Come on, folks, we need that hype to finish it up. Last stretch.
You see me? We'll move that way.
So that so which we want.
Look a lot more like an order than the other.
We can beat them. I got this.
What's on now?
We're certainly going to give it a go. That is the
Let him cook! Let him cook now! Let him
All right.
cook! I said let him!
Go. Hurry up, mate. Hurry up. Alright. I knew he was gonna. Yeah. Every time it turns me around. Oh, I don't think there's a way to get through it any quicker. So.
I got this. Let me handle this. Watch yourself.
That's that.
Eric.
I just see.
This tomorrow, we fail you today.
Damn it, how was that? Said?
Well, we want his way over there. Well, these guys are right here.
Storm's coming. Big man, golden opportunity right here.
This can't be our future. The future is always being patient.
Them again. He said you give us a little breather.
I said we split up. Take it out, Simpa.
Next case, ultra bit boys all mine.
Bring it on.
Boo, they did that to me last time. Should have saved that for the Bahamut.
Too bright?
Need to start trying to press fast forward. Right.
Fate is not to be taken lightly.
Let's do this.
No, can't skip all these, my bad.
Too bright?
Going in.
Wow, just the abuse taking my ATB then, motherfucker. Okay, we got Barret.
Beg for forgiveness.
Go on! Too bright?
Got a whole heap of land. Your name on
Too bright? Just go away!
You're done.
You jittery? Go on!
Stab.
Marlene.
We will fucking take that. We will fucking take that all day long. Absolutely. Thank you for the GG's, Pap Shade. Appreciate you.
What now?
You know, just a little perspective. A little bit of perspective. I mean, it was what? Over 6 hours? Was it 6 hours the first time around this? We've only run this twice back since. With PB by a half an hour each time with small pieces. So I will take that and I'll be happy with it. Because you know what, instead of being like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, it's only 12:30. Efficiency. I like it. But yes, there you go. That is, I know it's only New Game Plus. I know it's only easy. Doesn't matter. Alright. There's a lot of work that goes into these things, and I give credit to the top end runners who are like 4 hours. It would be nice to be close to that. I guess we are. We're in the 4 hour mark now, you know, sub 5. So a bit more work. We'll get there.
Bastard wants to destroy the whole planet, doesn't he?
But yeah, that is new Game Plus, easy, no major glitches.